Welcome in, fellow summoners. Tonight, under the watchful eyes of the Rift, we shall dive into the legendary tales of Runeterra to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell. Tap the like button and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of Runeterra, whether you're watching from the war halls of Noxus, the forests of Ionia, or the depths of the Shadow Isles. Share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of champions and chaos as we dive into tonight's legendary tales. Chapter 1. The Lightbearer's Dawn. In the salt-stained streets of Bilgewater, where every dawn brings the scent of brine and the promise of both fortune and peril, a child was born who would one day stand between the living and the damned. Tonight, as the gentle rhythm of distant waves lulls us toward rest, let us explore the early life of Senna, whose destiny would intertwine light and shadow in ways that would reshape the very nature of death itself. Picture, if you will, the bustling port city of Bilgewater in the years before the great upheavals that would mark its recent history. The wooden docks creaked under the weight of countless ships, their masts forming a forest of weathered timber against the perpetually gray sky. Here, among the taverns and trading houses, the markets selling exotic goods from distant shores, young Senna took her first breaths in a world where danger lurked as commonly as opportunity. Her family, though not wealthy by Bilgewater's ruthless standards, possessed something far more valuable than gold or influence. They carried within their bloodline an ancient calling, a sacred duty that had been passed down through generations like a carefully guarded flame. The knowledge of the Sentinels of Light, those sworn guardians who stood watch against the supernatural darkness that threatened all of Runeterra, flowed through their veins like a river of purpose. From her earliest memories, Senna could sense things that others could not. While other children played with wooden toys and chased seagulls along the harbor, she would pause and stare at empty corners, her young eyes tracking movements that existed just beyond the veil of normal perception. Her parents recognized these signs, for they had learned to watch for them, knowing that such sensitivity often marked those chosen to bear the ancient burden of the Sentinels. The black mist, that terrifying emanation from the Shadow Isles, was not merely a distant threat to the people of Bilgewater. The cursed fog rolled across the waters with increasing frequency, bringing with it the howling spirits of the damned and the bone-chilling touch of undeath. When these supernatural storms struck, most citizens barricaded themselves behind doors and windows, praying to whatever gods they favored that the darkness would pass them by. But Senna's family did not hide. Instead, they prepared. In the quiet hours before each harrowing, when the air itself seemed to thicken with supernatural dread, they would gather their blessed weapons and sacred artifacts. These were not the crude firearms and cutlasses favored by Bilgewater's pirates and merchants, but ancient implements blessed by forgotten rites and charged with the pure light that served as anathema to the undead. Relic stones glowed with inner fire, and consecrated steel gleamed with purpose beyond mere metalwork. As Senna grew from child to adolescent, her parents began her training in earnest. This was not the harsh conditioning of a common soldier, but something far more profound. She learned to meditate upon the nature of light itself, not merely as the absence of darkness, but as an active force of protection and purification. Hours were spent in quiet contemplation, feeling the rhythm of her own heartbeat, understanding how the warmth of life could be channeled into power against those who had lost all warmth forever. The physical training came naturally to her, as if her body had been shaped by destiny itself for this purpose. Her movements with the blessed weapons were fluid and precise, each strike guided by an intuition that seemed to come from beyond conscious thought. But more important than any martial skill was her developing ability to see the supernatural world that existed parallel to the mundane one. Under her parents' careful guidance, Senna learned to distinguish between different types of spectral entities. Some were merely echoes, harmless impressions left by powerful emotions or traumatic events. Others were active spirits, souls trapped between life and death by unfinished business or sudden violent endings. And then, there were the truly dangerous ones, the corrupted dead who had been twisted by the Shadow Isle's malevolent influence into something hungry and hateful. Each category required different approaches, different techniques for either peaceful resolution or necessary destruction. Senna discovered that she possessed not only the sensitivity to perceive these entities, but also an unusual capacity for understanding their nature. Where others might see only menacing shadows, she could often discern the remnants of the person they had once been, the pain or confusion that kept them bound to the mortal realm. This empathy, however, came with its own dangers. Her parents warned her repeatedly about the risk of becoming too emotionally invested in the plights of the dead. Compassion was a virtue among the Sentinels, but it could not be allowed to compromise judgment or hesitation in the face of genuine threats. The corruption of the Shadow Isles was insidious, capable of using a person's own kindness against them, twisting mercy into vulnerability. During one particularly severe harrowing, when Senna had reached her 15th year, she experienced her first true test as a sentinel. The black mist had rolled over Bilgewater with unusual intensity, and the usual protections seemed insufficient to hold back the tide of supernatural horror. Wraiths wandered the streets, their mournful wails echoing off the wooden buildings, while more dangerous entities stalked through the fog seeking warm flesh to claim. Senna's family had taken refuge with several other Sentinel bloodlines in an ancient shrine hidden beneath the city's oldest temple. The sacred space had been consecrated centuries ago, its stones carved with protective symbols and its walls lined with relic stones that glowed like stars in the encompassing darkness. Here, the knowledge and artifacts of generations had been preserved, waiting for nights exactly like this one. As the supernatural storm raged above, Senna found herself face to face with a wraith that had somehow penetrated their defenses. The entity bore the shape of a young woman, her spectral form wearing the tattered remains of a wedding dress. Her eyes, once perhaps bright with joy and anticipation, now burned with the cold fire of eternal anguish. She reached towards Senna with translucent hands, her mouth opening in a silent scream that somehow conveyed volumes of pain and loss. In that moment, Senna had to make the choice that would define her path as a sentinel. She could feel the wraith's suffering, could sense the love and hope that had been corrupted into this twisted form of undeath. Every instinct of compassion urged her to try to help, to find some way to ease the spirit's torment and guide her toward peaceful rest. But she also understood, with the clarity that comes from proper training and inherited wisdom, that this entity had been changed by the Shadow Isle's corruption into something that could never truly be helped. The wraith lunged forward, her spectral fingers reaching for Senna's throat, and in that instant, the young sentinel acted. The blessed blade in her hand moved with fluid precision, its consecrated steel cutting through the supernatural form like light through darkness. The wraith's form dissolved with what might have been a sigh of relief, her corrupted essence finally released from its tormented existence. Standing there in the aftermath, Senna felt the weight of what she had done and what she was destined to become. This would not be her last encounter with the supernatural, nor would it be the most difficult choice she would face. The path of a sentinel was marked by such moments, by the necessity of making decisions that others could never understand, of bearing burdens that ordinary people could never imagine. Her parents found her there, still holding the blessed weapon, her eyes reflecting a new understanding of the world and her place within it. They spoke no words of congratulation or comfort, for they understood that she had crossed a threshold that could never be uncrossed. She was no longer simply their daughter, learning the family traditions. She had become a true sentinel of light, sworn to stand against the darkness, no matter the personal cost. In the days that followed, as Bilgewater slowly recovered from the harrowing and life returned to its normal rhythms of commerce and conflict, Senna found herself changed in ways both subtle and profound. The supernatural world that had once existed at the edges of her perception now revealed itself with crystal clarity. She could see the lingering traces of spectral activity, could sense the ebb and flow of otherworldly energies like currents in an invisible ocean. More importantly, she began to understand her destiny not as a burden imposed upon her by bloodline and tradition, but as a calling that resonated with the deepest parts of her being. The light that she had learned to channel was not merely a weapon against the darkness. It was an expression of something fundamental about who she was meant to be. In wielding it, she felt more completely herself than at any other time. This realization brought with it a sense of purpose that transformed her entire approach to life. Where once she had moved through Bilgewater as just another young person trying to find her place in a chaotic world, she now walked with the quiet confidence of someone who knew exactly why she existed. The responsibility was enormous, but it was also liberating in its clarity. As word of her successful initiation spread among the hidden network of Sentinel families, Senna began to receive more formal training from elders who had dedicated their entire lives to the ancient traditions. She learned the secret histories that explained how the Shadow Isles had come to be, how the Blessed Isles had been transformed by the Ruination into a source of supernatural corruption that threatened all of Runeterra. She studied the genealogies of the Sentinel bloodlines, understanding how the duty had been passed down through generations of sacrifice and service. She memorized the proper rituals for consecrating weapons and creating relic stones, learned the ancient languages in which the most powerful protective spells were written, and practiced the meditative techniques that allowed a sentinel to channel the light with maximum effectiveness. But perhaps most importantly, she began to grasp the philosophical foundations that underlay all sentinel practices. The light they wielded was not merely magical energy, but a manifestation of the fundamental forces that separated life from death, hope from despair, love from corruption. To channel it effectively required not just technical skill, but also a deep understanding of one's own values and motivations. This training period also brought Senna into contact with other young sentinels from across Runeterra, individuals who shared her calling and her burden. Among them, she would soon meet the person who would become not just her partner in the fight against darkness, but the great love of her life. But that is a story for another part of our journey together. As our first chapter draws to a close, we leave young Senna standing at the threshold of her adult life, fully awakened to her destiny as a sentinel of light. The girl who had grown up in the rough streets of Bilgewater had been transformed into something far greater, a guardian sworn to protect all of Runeterra from the supernatural darkness that threatened to consume everything good and pure in the world. The path ahead would bring challenges that she could not yet imagine, sacrifices that would test the very limits of her strength and determination. She would face enemies more terrible than any wraith or specter, and make choices that would echo through the ages. But in this moment of quiet preparation, she possessed something that no amount of training could provide, an unshakable conviction that the light she carried was worth any sacrifice, any pain, any loss that might be required to preserve it. In the gentle darkness that surrounds us now, as we prepare to continue Senna's story, perhaps we might consider what it means to discover one's true calling in life. What would it feel like to realize that your existence has a purpose larger than personal happiness or individual success? How might such knowledge change the way you move through each day, the choices you make, the fears you face? Chapter 2. The Sentinel's Duty. In the hidden chambers beneath ancient temples, where the weight of centuries presses down like a gentle hand upon the shoulder, the true education of a sentinel begins. As moonlight filters through our quiet space tonight, let us follow Senna deeper into the sacred mysteries that would shape her into one of the most formidable guardians ever to stand against the darkness. The formal training of a sentinel is unlike any other education in Runeterra, where scholars study dusty tomes and warriors practice with steel and sinew. Those called to bear the light must learn to perceive and manipulate forces that exist beyond the material world. Senna's instructors were not merely teachers but living repositories of knowledge that stretched back to the founding of their order. each carrying within their memories the accumulated wisdom of countless generations. Her primary mentor was an elderly woman named Elisande, whose weathered hands bore the scars of a lifetime spent wielding blessed weapons against supernatural threats. Despite her advanced age, Elisande moved with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades dancing on the knife's edge between life and death. Her eyes, pale blue like winter ice, held depths of experience that spoke of horrors witnessed and duties fulfilled without hesitation or regret. Under Elisande's guidance, Senna began to understand that the power she had instinctively channeled during her first encounter with the Wraith was merely the surface of an ocean of potential that lay dormant within her. The light of the Sentinels was not a simple force to be directed like an arrow or a blade, but a living energy that responded to the wielder's spiritual state, their emotional clarity, and their unwavering commitment to the sacred duty. The training began each day before dawn, in the hushed moments when the world balanced between night and day. Senna would rise from her simple cot in the sanctuary's dormitories and make her way to the meditation chambers, where soft glowing relic stones provided the only illumination. Here, surrounded by the accumulated peace of centuries of prayer and contemplation, she would practice the fundamental exercises that taught her to perceive the spiritual currents that flowed beneath the surface of reality. These sessions were not the dramatic displays of power that outsiders might imagine. Instead, they were quiet, almost invisible practices that required intense concentration and perfect stillness. Senna learned to feel the rhythm of her own life force, to understand how it connected with the greater web of existence that bound all living things together. She practiced extending her awareness beyond the boundaries of her physical form, sensing the emotional emanations of other people, the residual spiritual impressions left by powerful events, and the subtle distortions that marked places where supernatural forces had touched the mortal world. As the weeks turned to months, these meditative practices gradually gave way to more active forms of training. Elisande introduced Senna to the sacred weapons that were the Sentinels' primary tools in their eternal war against corruption. These were not ordinary firearms or blades, but artifacts that had been blessed through rituals so ancient that their original creators had been forgotten by history. Each weapon was unique, forged not merely from metal and wood, but from the crystallized intentions of those who had wielded them before. The first weapon placed in Senna's hands was a light crossbow of elegant design, its frame carved from wood taken from trees that grew only in places where great acts of selfless heroism had been performed. The bowstring was woven from fibers that gleamed with their own inner radiance, and the quarrels it fired were tipped with points of consecrated crystal that could pierce through spectral flesh as easily as they could penetrate mortal armor. Learning to use this weapon effectively required Senna to merge her growing spiritual awareness with precise physical technique. Each shot had to be guided not merely by keen eyesight and steady hands, but by an intuitive understanding of her target's supernatural nature. Different types of undead required different approaches. What might stop a mindless skeleton could pass harmlessly through an incorporeal wraith, while the blessed energies that could banish a ghost might be insufficient against a more powerful lich or death knight. The training grounds where Senna practiced these skills were unlike any martial arena in the mortal world. Hidden deep beneath the Sentinel sanctuaries, these chambers were warded with protective circles that could safely contain supernatural entities for training purposes. Here, under Elisande's watchful supervision, Senna faced carefully controlled encounters with captured spirits and minor undead, learning to read their movements, anticipate their attacks, and respond with the precise application of force necessary to destroy them without unnecessary suffering. Each practice session taught her something new about the nature of undeath and the corrupting influence of the Shadow Isles. She learned that the black mist did not simply animate dead flesh, but twisted the very essence of those it claimed, turning their memories into weapons of hatred and their loves into sources of anguish. Understanding this corruption was essential for a Sentinel, because only by recognizing what had been lost could they find the strength to do what was necessary to prevent further spread of the darkness. But the physical and spiritual training were only part of Senna's education. Equally important was her study of the histories and traditions that gave meaning to the Sentinel's mission. In libraries hidden from the outside world, she pored over chronicles that detailed the rise and fall of civilizations, the emergence of great heroes and terrible villains, and the recurring patterns that marked humanity's eternal struggle against the forces of entropy and despair. She learned of the Blessed Isles as they had existed before the Ruination, a paradise where life and death existed in perfect harmony, where the souls of the departed could find peaceful rest before moving on to whatever lay beyond mortal existence. The transformation of that sacred realm into the nightmare of the Shadow Isles served as both a warning and a call to action, a reminder of what could happen when the natural order was violated by those who refused to accept the limits of mortal existence. The study of these histories also revealed to Senna the scope of the threat that the Sentinels faced. The corruption emanating from the Shadow Isles was not a localized problem that could be contained through simple military action. It was a cancer that spread through the spiritual dimensions that connected all of Runeterra, manifesting wherever there was sufficient death, despair, or emotional trauma to provide it with a foothold in the material world. This understanding brought with it a sobering realization about the nature of her chosen path. The Sentinels were not heroes in the traditional sense, riding forth to win glorious victories that would be celebrated in songs and stories. They were guardians, standing eternal watch against an enemy that could never be truly defeated, only contained and pushed back through constant vigilance and sacrifice. Their victories were often invisible to the world at large, marked not by parades and accolades, but by the simple fact that ordinary people could continue living their lives without fear of supernatural predation. As Senna's formal training progressed, she began to participate in actual missions beyond the safety of the sanctuaries. These early assignments were carefully selected to match her developing abilities, beginning with simple investigations of reported supernatural activity in remote areas where the risk of encountering powerful enemies was minimal. Accompanied by experienced sentinels who could provide guidance and protection, she learned to apply her training in real-world situations where mistakes could have deadly consequences. Her first field mission took her to a small fishing village on the coast of Demacia, where the local population had reported strange lights and sounds emanating from an abandoned lighthouse. The structure had been built on a rocky promontory that jutted out into the sea, its beacon once guiding ships safely to harbor, but now dark and silent for decades. The villagers spoke in hushed tones of ghostly figures seen walking along the shore at night, and several fishing boats had reported equipment failures and compass anomalies when passing too close to the lighthouse's rocky foundation. Arriving at the village under cover of darkness, Senna and her companions conducted a careful investigation that revealed the classic signs of spectral activity. The lighthouse had been the site of a tragic accident years before, when a storm had prevented the keeper from lighting the beacon, leading to a shipwreck that claimed dozens of lives. The guilt and anguish of that night had created a spiritual disturbance that attracted wandering souls, turning the lighthouse into a kind of supernatural lighthouse that drew the lost dead instead of guiding living ships. The solution required a combination of techniques that Senna had been practicing for months. First, she had to identify and communicate with the original lighthouse keeper's spirit, understanding his motivations and the source of his binding to the mortal realm. Then, using a combination of blessed artifacts and carefully spoken rituals, she helped him find the peace that had eluded him for so many years, allowing his spirit to move on to its proper rest. With the primary source of disturbance resolved, the other spirits that had gathered around the lighthouse gradually dispersed, returning to their own journeys toward whatever lay beyond death. The village returned to normal, its people unaware of how close they had come to a much more serious supernatural infestation. For Senna, the mission served as validation of her training and a glimpse of the satisfaction that came from using her abilities to protect innocent people from threats they could neither see nor understand. More missions followed, each presenting new challenges and opportunities for growth. Senna learned to work as part of a team, coordinating her abilities with those of other sentinels to tackle threats that would have been impossible for any individual to handle alone. She developed the patience necessary for long investigations, the courage required to face entities that could inspire supernatural terror, and the wisdom to know when diplomatic solutions might be preferable to violent ones. Through all of these experiences, she gradually built the reputation and skills that would eventually mark her as one of the most capable sentinels of her generation. Her natural empathy for the suffering of the dead, combined with her unwavering commitment to protecting the living, made her particularly effective at handling the complex cases where simple destruction was not the optimal solution. But perhaps most importantly, these early missions taught Senna about the weight of responsibility that came with her abilities. Each successful intervention meant countless lives saved from supernatural threats, but it also meant that she was becoming increasingly integral to the Sentinel's ongoing mission. The knowledge and experience she gained with each passing month made her more valuable to the Order, but also more burdened by the awareness of how much suffering existed in the world, and how limited even the most dedicated guardians were in their ability to address it all. As our second chapter draws toward its close, we find Senna transformed from an eager student into a competent practitioner of the Sentinel arts. The foundation laid during these formative months would serve her well in the trials that lay ahead, providing her with the technical skills, spiritual grounding, and moral framework necessary to face challenges that would test every aspect of her training. The girl who had discovered her calling in the streets of Bilgewater had become a woman capable of standing against the darkness with confidence and precision. She had learned not only how to wield the light as a weapon, but how to carry it as a beacon of hope in a world that often seemed overwhelmed by shadow and despair. Yet even as she grew in power and understanding, Senna remained humble about her achievements, recognizing that her training was not an ending but a beginning. The true test of a sentinel came not in controlled practice sessions or carefully planned missions, but in the moments when everything went wrong, when the unexpected happened, and when the stakes were higher than anyone could have imagined. In the quiet moments between our words tonight, as we prepare to continue Senna's journey, we might reflect on what it means to dedicate one's life to service beyond personal gain. How does it feel to know that your greatest victories may never be acknowledged, that your most important work may remain forever invisible to those you protect? What kind of strength does it take to choose such a path, and what kind of wisdom is required to walk it without losing oneself in the darkness one fights against? Chapter 3. Love in the Shadow of Death. In the spaces between battles, where the heart finds refuge from duty's relentless demands, the most profound human connections are often forged. Tonight, as gentle shadows dance around us in perfect harmony, let us explore how love bloomed between two souls dedicated to standing against the darkness, and how they learned to nurture tenderness in a world that seemed determined to extinguish all warmth. It was during a gathering of sentinels from across Runeterra that Senna first encountered Lucian, though neither could have predicted the profound impact that meeting would have on both their destinies. The assembly had been called to coordinate responses to an increasing number of supernatural incursions along the continent's coastal regions, bringing together experienced guardians and promising novices from every corner of the known world. Lucian arrived from the remote mountain regions of Demacia, where he had been trained by an isolated sect of sentinels who had maintained their vigil for centuries in the shadow of ancient peaks. His approach to the sacred duty differed markedly from Senna's coastal upbringing, where she had learned to work with the fluid, ever-changing nature of supernatural threats. He had been taught to stand firm as an immovable bastion against the darkness, his faith as solid and enduring as the mountains themselves. Their first conversation took place in the sanctuary's library, surrounded by the accumulated wisdom of ages and the soft glow of relic stones that provided illumination without casting harsh shadows. Senna had been researching a particularly complex case involving spectral manifestations that seemed to be connected to ancient burial sites, while Lucian was studying reports of similar phenomena from his own region. The convergence of their interests led to a discussion that stretched far into the night, revealing minds that complemented each other perfectly despite their different backgrounds. What struck Senna most immediately about Lucian was not his undeniable skill with the blessed weapons or his impressive knowledge of sentinel traditions, but rather the quiet intensity with which he approached every aspect of his calling. Where others might see the fight against supernatural corruption as a burden to be borne with resignation, he embraced it with a passion that bordered on the spiritual. His dedication was infectious, inspiring those around him to reach beyond their perceived limitations and find strength they hadn't known they possessed. For his part, Lucian was drawn to Senna's remarkable ability to see beyond the surface of supernatural phenomena to the human tragedy that lay beneath. Many Sentinels, through necessity and training, learned to view the undead as enemies to be destroyed without hesitation or regret, while Senna possessed the same capability for decisive action when required. She never lost sight of the fact that these entities had once been people with hopes, dreams, and loved ones who mourned their corruption. As the days of the gathering passed, their professional collaboration naturally evolved into something deeper and more personal. They found themselves seeking each other's company during breaks in the formal sessions, sharing meals and walking together through the sanctuary's gardens, where sacred herbs grew in carefully tended plots. Their conversations ranged far beyond matters of duty and technique, touching on philosophy, poetry, dreams of what the world might become if their mission ever succeeded in pushing back the darkness permanently. These quiet moments revealed the people they were beneath their roles as sentinels. Senna spoke of her childhood in Bilgewater, of the dreams she had harbored before understanding her true calling, of the small pleasures that helped her maintain hope in the face of seemingly endless supernatural threats. Lucian shared his own history, the mountain folk who had raised him after his parents' death in a harrowing, the monks who had taught him that dedication to a cause greater than oneself was the highest form of human expression. They discovered a shared love of music, though their tastes reflected their different upbringings. Senna favored the sea shanties and folk ballads of her coastal homeland, songs that spoke of journeys across vast waters and the longing for safe harbor. Lucian was drawn to the ancient hymns and ceremonial chants of his mountain monastery, compositions that emphasized harmony, structure, and the power of unified voices raised in common purpose. When the gathering concluded and the assembled sentinels prepared to return to their respective regions, neither Senna nor Lucian could bear the thought of separation. Their mentors, recognizing both the depth of their connection and the potential strength of their partnership, arranged for them to be assigned to joint missions that would allow them to continue working together while serving the greater cause. Their first mission as a team took them to the borderlands between Demacia and Noxus, a region where the constant warfare between the two great powers had created ideal conditions for supernatural manifestations. Battlefields soaked with blood and anguish provided fertile ground for the growth of dark energies, while the presence of so many unburied dead created opportunities for the Shadow Isle's corruption to take root in the material world. Working together in these dangerous circumstances, Senna and Lucian quickly developed an almost telepathic understanding of each other's capabilities and intentions. In combat situations, they moved with the fluid coordination of dancers who had rehearsed their steps for years, each anticipating the other's actions and providing support exactly when and where it was needed. Senna's ranged attacks with her blessed crossbow complemented perfectly with Lucian's aggressive close-quarters techniques, creating a fighting partnership that proved devastatingly effective against supernatural enemies. But their collaboration extended far beyond the purely tactical. Each brought unique insights and approaches that enhanced their joint effectiveness in ways that neither could have achieved alone. Senna's empathetic connection with spectral entities often provided crucial information about their origins and motivations, while Lucian's unwavering determination gave her the confidence to make difficult decisions when compassion alone was insufficient to resolve a situation. Between missions, they found stolen moments of peace in a world that seemed determined to provide none. Sometimes this meant sharing a simple meal by campfire light, the ordinary act of breaking bread together becoming a sacred ritual that grounded them in their shared humanity. Other times they would sit in comfortable silence, watching stars appear in the darkening sky, and remembering that beauty still existed in a world touched by so much corruption and loss. Their relationship deepened gradually, built on a foundation of mutual respect, shared values, and the profound trust that could only develop between people who had repeatedly placed their lives in each other's hands. The first time Lucian took Senna's hand in his, they were standing vigil over a purified battlefield where hundreds of restless spirits had finally been guided to their proper rest. The gesture was simple, almost unconscious, but it marked a crossing point from partnership to something far more intimate and enduring. They spoke their first words of love in the ruins of an ancient chapel, where they had just completed a particularly difficult cleansing ritual. The sacred space, long desecrated by supernatural corruption, had been restored to its original purpose as a place of peace and reflection. Standing together in the renewed sanctity of that place, surrounded by the gentle glow of newly consecrated relic stones, they acknowledged what had been growing between them for months. The declaration was not dramatic or passionate in the manner of legendary romances, but rather quiet and certain, like the recognition of a fundamental truth that had always existed, but was only now being spoken aloud. They understood that their love was not separate from their duty as sentinels, but intimately connected to it, another manifestation of the light they served and protected. Marriage, when it came, was celebrated in the traditional sentinel manner, with blessings spoken by their mentors, and the exchange of rings blessed by the same rituals used to consecrate their weapons. The ceremony took place at dawn, in a grove where the barriers between the material and spiritual worlds were thin, allowing the presence of benevolent spirits who added their own blessings to the union. Their honeymoon was spent not in some distant paradise, but in continued service to their calling, though they chose missions that would allow them to work together in less dangerous circumstances. They traveled to remote libraries, cataloging ancient texts and artifacts that might prove useful in future battles against supernatural corruption. They visited isolated communities, where their presence could provide both protection and education about the supernatural threats that existed at the edges of the civilized world. These peaceful interludes allowed them to explore the domestic aspects of their relationship, to learn each other's habits and preferences in the small details that make up daily life. Senna discovered that Lucian was an early riser who preferred to begin each day with meditation and prayer, while he learned that she often stayed awake late into the night, finding inspiration in the quiet hours when the world was still and her thoughts could flow freely. They established routines and traditions that helped maintain their connection even during the most challenging missions. Each evening, regardless of their circumstances, they would spend time together reviewing the day's events, sharing not just tactical assessments but emotional responses to what they had witnessed and done. These conversations became a form of mutual healing, a way of processing the psychological toll that their work inevitably extracted. They also developed a system of small gestures and private jokes that helped them maintain their bond during formal duties, when public displays of affection would have been inappropriate. A particular way of holding a weapon, a subtle movement of the hand, a shared glance across a crowded room, these became their secret language, a way of saying, "I love you," without words, in situations where such declarations would have been impossible. Perhaps most importantly, they learned to balance their individual growth with their life as a couple. Each continued to develop their own specialties and interests within the broader scope of sentinel duties, supporting each other's professional development while building a shared life together. Senna's research into the historical patterns of supernatural manifestations complemented Lucian's work developing new techniques for weapon consecration and blessing rituals. Their love became a source of strength that enhanced rather than complicated their effectiveness as sentinels. In combat situations, the knowledge that they were fighting not just for abstract principles, but for each other's safety added urgency and precision to their actions. During long investigations or periods of waiting, their companionship provided emotional sustenance that helped them maintain hope and determination, even in the darkest circumstances. They also served as examples to other sentinels, particularly the younger generation, who sometimes wondered whether dedicating their lives to the fight against supernatural corruption meant sacrificing all possibility of personal happiness. Senna and Lucian's relationship demonstrated that love and duty could coexist, that the same values that made someone an effective guardian could also make them a devoted partner. Yet they were never naive about the risks their chosen path entailed. They had both seen too many promising partnerships destroyed by the dangers inherent in Sentinel work. Too many dedicated guardians lost to enemies that struck without warning or mercy. They spoke openly about these fears, making plans and promises about how they would handle separation, injury, or worse if such tragedies befell them. These conversations were not morbid, but practical, the same kind of careful preparation that they brought to all aspects of their work. They established protocols for continuing their mission if one of them was incapacitated, made arrangements for the disposition of their personal artifacts and research, and even discussed how they hoped the survivor would remember and honor the deceased if the worst should happen. In the gentle glow of our shared contemplation tonight, as we pause at this moment of perfect happiness in Senna and Lucian's story, we can feel the weight of knowledge about what was to come. Their love, so carefully nurtured, and so perfectly suited to their shared calling, would soon face a test that neither their training nor their devotion could have prepared them for. As this chapter of warmth and connection draws to its close, we might consider what it means to love someone whose life is dedicated to standing against forces that would destroy everything good in the world. How does one find the courage to open one's heart completely, knowing that loss is not just possible but almost inevitable? What kind of love is strong enough to flourish in the shadow of death, and what kind of people are capable of choosing such love despite all its risks? Chapter 4. The Hunt for Thresh. In the annals of supernatural evil, few names inspire such immediate dread as that of Thresh, the chain warden whose cruelty transcends the boundaries of death itself. As shadows lengthen around us tonight, let us follow Senna and Lucian as they first became aware of this particular darkness, and how their dedication to protecting the innocent would inevitably set them on a collision course with one of the most malevolent entities ever to emerge from the Shadow Isles. The first reports reached the Sentinel network through whispered rumors and fragmented testimonies from traumatized survivors, stories so horrific that many initially dismissed them as the fevered imaginings of minds broken by exposure to lesser supernatural threats. Ships found drifting empty on calm seas, their crews vanished without trace, but their personal belongings left untouched. Coastal villages where the population had simply disappeared overnight, leaving behind meals half-eaten and fires still burning in their hearts. What distinguished these incidents from typical harrowing attacks was their surgical precision and the complete absence of physical evidence. When the black mist rolled over a settlement, it left behind clear signs of supernatural assault, corrupted plant life, lingering spectral emanations, and often the reanimated corpses of those it had claimed. But in the areas where this new threat had struck, there was only emptiness, as if the very souls of the victims had been plucked from existence with surgical precision. Senna first encountered concrete evidence of Thresh's activities during an investigation in a remote fishing hamlet on the coast of Bilgewater. The settlement had been prosperous enough to support nearly 200 residents, its harbor filled with well-maintained boats, and its warehouses stocked with valuable trade goods. Yet when Senna and Lucian arrived in response to distress signals, they found the place completely deserted, its buildings intact but utterly devoid of human presence. The supernatural traces they discovered there were unlike anything in their previous experience. Rather than the chaotic corruption typical of Shadow Isles manifestations, they found evidence of careful, methodical harvesting. Spectral residues suggested that each victim had been individually selected and extracted, their souls torn from their bodies with an expertise that spoke of centuries of practice and refinement. In the harbor master's office, Senna discovered a partially written log entry that would haunt her dreams for years to come. The final words, written in an increasingly shaky hand, described the approach of a figure wreathed in chains and green fire, whose very presence caused the temperature to plummet and filled the air with the sound of distant screaming. The entry ended mid-sentence, the pen fallen from nerveless fingers as its author was claimed by whatever had swept through the settlement. Their investigation of the surrounding area revealed a pattern of similar incidents stretching back several months, each marked by the same surgical precision and complete disappearance of victims. Cross-referencing these reports with historical records in the Sentinel archives led them to a chilling realization. They were dealing not with some newly emerged threat, but with an ancient evil that had been active for centuries, its activities hidden by the chaos and confusion that always surrounded major supernatural events. The entity they were tracking had once been mortal, a warden of the Blessed Isles during that realm's golden age. Historical records spoke of Thresh as a jailer who had shown disturbing enthusiasm for his duties, particularly the psychological torment of prisoners under his care. When the ruination transformed the Blessed Isles into the Shadow Isles, it had not simply killed Thresh but amplified his worst characteristics, creating a being whose capacity for cruelty was limited only by his imagination. Unlike the mindless undead that comprised the majority of the Shadow Isles' supernatural population, Thresh retained his intelligence and memories, along with an eternity to perfect his techniques of inflicting suffering. The chains that had once bound prisoners in life became extensions of his will in death, capable of reaching across vast distances to claim new victims for his ever-growing collection. But what made Thresh truly terrifying was not his power, but his patience. Where other supernatural entities acted on instinct or blind hunger, he was capable of long-term planning and strategic thinking. He would study potential victims for months or even years, learning their fears, their loves, their deepest vulnerabilities, before striking at the moment when their capture would inflict the maximum possible anguish. As Senna and Lucian delved deeper into their investigation, they began to understand that Thresh's activities were not random predation, but part of a larger pattern, with purposes they could barely comprehend. The souls he collected were not simply trophies, but components in some vast design that seemed to be building toward a climactic event of unimaginable horror. The trail led them across half of Runeterra, through ports and fishing villages, mountain passes and remote settlements where Thresh had left his subtle but unmistakable signature. Each location told the same story: careful reconnaissance, precise targeting, and complete success in claiming his chosen victims. The Chain Warden's reputation grew with each discovery, transforming him from a regional threat into what the Sentinel leadership began to recognize as one of the most dangerous entities ever to emerge from the Shadow Isles. Their hunt took on an increasingly personal dimension as they spoke with the few survivors who had encountered Thresh and lived to tell of it. These individuals, invariably left alive for reasons known only to the Chain Warden himself, described an entity whose cruelty was matched only by his intelligence. He did not simply kill or corrupt. He studied his victims like a scholar, examining specimens, seeking to understand the precise mechanisms by which hope could be transformed into despair. One survivor, a merchant captain whose crew had been taken while he watched helplessly from the water after falling overboard, described Thresh's voice as the sound of winter itself, promising that warmth would never return. Another, a village elder, who had been spared for unknown reasons, spoke of eyes that burned with green fire and seemed to see not just the present moment, but all possible futures, selecting the one that would cause the most suffering. These testimonies painted a picture of an enemy unlike any the Sentinels had faced before. Thresh was not driven by hunger or mindless malevolence, but by a sophisticated understanding of human psychology and an artistic dedication to the perfection of torment. He collected not just souls but the precise moment of their breaking, preserving in his lantern not merely the essence of his victims, but their final experience of absolute despair. As their investigation progressed, Senna began to experience disturbing dreams that suggested Thresh had become aware of their pursuit. In these nocturnal visions, she found herself walking through a vast library where the books were bound in human skin, and the words on their pages shifted and changed as she tried to read them. At the center of this nightmare archive sat a figure whose features were obscured by shadows, but whose presence radiated a cold intelligence that seemed to peer directly into her soul. These dreams were not random harassment, but psychological warfare of the most sophisticated kind. Thresh was studying her as carefully as he had studied all his other victims, learning her fears and vulnerabilities in preparation for an eventual confrontation. The knowledge that her enemy was watching her, analyzing her every action and reaction, added a layer of psychological pressure that tested even her experienced resolve. Lucian, too, found himself subject to supernatural attention, though in his case, the manifestations took the form of waking hallucinations that occurred at moments of highest stress during their investigations. He would catch glimpses of chained figures at the edge of his vision, hear the sound of distant screaming carried on winds that touched no one else, and feel sudden drops in temperature that had no physical cause. Rather than driving them apart, these psychological attacks only strengthened their resolve to track down and confront their tormentor. They understood that Thresh's attention meant they were getting close to something important, that their investigation had progressed far enough to threaten whatever larger plan he was pursuing. The knowledge that they were causing him concern provided its own form of encouragement, proof that even entities of his power were not invulnerable to determined opposition. Their research eventually led them to a breakthrough that would prove both invaluable and catastrophic. Deep in the archives of an ancient Damascian monastery, they discovered records of a failed expedition to the Shadow Isles, undertaken nearly a century before, by a group of sentinels seeking to strike directly at the source of supernatural corruption. The expedition's leader had been a brilliant tactician who had developed what he believed to be a reliable method for tracking and confronting the most dangerous entities dwelling in that cursed realm. Among the expedition's notes were detailed observations about Thresh's behavior patterns, including the discovery that the chain warden maintained a physical presence in a specific location on the Shadow Isles, a fortress-like structure where he kept his most prized possessions and conducted his most elaborate experiments in suffering. This stronghold, built from the ruins of what had once been a temple of healing, served as both headquarters and workshop for his supernatural activities. The notes also contained disturbing intelligence about the nature of Thresh's lantern, revealing it to be not merely a container for collected souls, but a sophisticated apparatus for prolonging and intensifying their torment. The device allowed him to subject his victims to centuries of suffering compressed into moments, to replay their worst memories with perfect clarity, and to feed off their anguish like a parasite drawing sustenance from its host. Armed with this information, Senna and Lucian began planning what they knew would be the most dangerous mission of their careers. A direct assault on Thresh's stronghold would require not just exceptional skill and preparation, but also a willingness to accept that they might not return. The Shadow Isles were the source of supernatural corruption for all of Runeterra, a realm where the normal laws of physics and mortality held no sway, and where even the most experienced sentinels could find themselves hopelessly outmatched. They spent months in preparation, studying every scrap of information about the Shadow Isles and its inhabitants, training with weapons specifically consecrated for use against the most powerful forms of undead, and developing contingency plans for every possible scenario they could imagine. They also made their peace with each other, and with the possibility that their mission might end in death, or worse, understanding that some threats were so terrible that opposing them was worth any personal cost. As they made their final preparations, both Senna and Lucian were haunted by the certainty that Thresh was aware of their plans and was undoubtedly preparing his own response. The Chain Warden had survived for centuries by being always one step ahead of his enemies, by turning their own strengths and virtues against them. Whatever trap he was preparing would be tailored specifically to exploit their particular combination of skills, motivations, and emotional attachments. Yet they also understood that inaction was not an option. Each day they delayed their confrontation meant more innocent lives lost to Thresh's cruel experiments, more souls added to his ever-growing collection. Their duty as sentinels demanded that they place the protection of others above their own safety, regardless of the personal cost or the likelihood of success. In the quiet hours before their departure for the Shadow Isles, as they made their final preparations and said what might be their last words to each other as free beings, neither Senna nor Lucian could have imagined the true scope of the trap that awaited them. Thresh's planning extended far beyond their individual capabilities or the specific threat they represented. He had orchestrated events to achieve goals that would only become clear in the terrible moments that followed their arrival at his domain. As this chapter of mounting tension draws to its close, we leave our heroes standing at the threshold of a confrontation that would reshape their understanding of sacrifice, love, and the price of standing against ultimate evil. The hunt that had begun with mysterious disappearances and whispered rumors was about to culminate in a tragedy that would echo through the ages. In the gathering darkness that surrounds us now, perhaps we might consider what it means to pursue a course of action, knowing that it leads toward almost certain doom. What kind of courage is required to face an enemy whose power seems overwhelming? How does one find the strength to risk everything for the chance, however small, of protecting those who cannot protect themselves? Chapter 5. The moment of capture. In the moments when fate reveals its true face, time itself seems to slow, each heartbeat stretching into eternity as destiny unfolds with inexorable certainty. Tonight, as we gather in the safety of our quiet space, let us witness the terrible culmination of Senna and Lucian's hunt for Thresh, and the choice that would transform love into legend and sacrifice into something far more profound than either could have imagined. The Shadow Isles greeted them with the familiar embrace of supernatural malevolence, but even veterans of countless encounters with the undead could not have been prepared for the intensity of corruption that permeated every atom of that cursed realm. The very air seemed thick with the echoes of ancient anguish, while the ground beneath their feet pulsed with a rhythm that suggested some vast, malignant heartbeat buried deep within the earth. Their approach to Thresh's stronghold had been planned with meticulous care, utilizing routes discovered in the century-old expedition records and timed to coincide with what their research suggested would be the Chain Warden's period of lowest activity. They moved through the twisted landscape like ghosts themselves, their blessed weapons ready, but their primary hope resting on stealth and surprise rather than direct confrontation. The fortress, when it finally came into view through the perpetual mist that shrouded the Shadow Isles, proved to be even more horrifying than the historical accounts had suggested. What had once been a temple dedicated to healing and renewal had been transformed into a monument to suffering and despair. Spires that had once reached toward heaven now twisted downward like grasping claws, while walls of pure white stone had been stained black with centuries of accumulated malevolence. Around the structure's perimeter, hanging from chains that seemed to extend directly from the realm's supernatural essence, were lanterns of various sizes and designs. Each one glowed with the same sickly green light that marked Thresh's presence, and even from a distance, Senna could sense the anguish of the souls trapped within. The sound that emanated from this collection was barely perceptible but utterly devastating, the combined whispers of thousands of voices crying out in eternal torment. As they approached the fortress walls, moving with the silent precision that had been drilled into them through years of training, neither Senna nor Lucian noticed the subtle signs that their presence had already been detected. The mist around them moved in patterns that had nothing to do with natural air currents, while shadows fell at angles that defied the pale light filtering down from the realm's poisoned sky. Thresh had indeed been expecting them, but not in the way they had feared. Rather than preparing an ambush or mustering supernatural defenses, he had been arranging a theater of cruelty so elaborate and psychologically devastating that its full scope would only become apparent when it was far too late for any effective response. The Chain Warden had studied his quarry with the same meticulous attention he devoted to all his victims, learning not just their capabilities and tactics, but the deep emotional bonds that connected them. He understood that Senna and Lucian's greatest strength, their love for each other, could be transformed into a weapon of unparalleled effectiveness if wielded with sufficient skill and patience. Their infiltration of the fortress proceeded smoothly, perhaps too smoothly for seasoned sentinels accustomed to facing determined resistance. Room after room opened before them with minimal opposition, revealing chambers filled with arcane apparatus whose purposes were too terrible to contemplate. They found workshops where Thresh conducted his experiments in prolonged suffering, libraries containing the recorded screams of 10,000 victims, and galleries displaying artifacts crafted from the crystallized despair of those he had broken. In the heart of the fortress lay the chamber they had come to find, Thresh's personal sanctum, where he kept his most prized possessions and conducted his most elaborate tortures. The room was vast beyond architectural possibility, its ceiling lost in shadows that seemed to extend infinitely upward, its walls lined with alcoves containing lanterns of every conceivable design and size. At the center of this horrific collection sat Thresh himself, exactly as the survivor accounts had described him, tall beyond mortal proportions, his form wreathed in chains that moved with independent malevolence. He radiated a cold intelligence that seemed to strip away all pretense and examine the very essence of those who came before him. His eyes burned with green fire that held depths of cruelty accumulated over centuries of dedicated practice. "Welcome." His voice resonated through the chamber, like winter wind through a cemetery, carrying within it the promise of suffering beyond imagination. "I have been so looking forward to meeting you properly." The battle that followed was unlike any fight either Senna or Lucian had ever experienced. Thresh did not rely solely on supernatural power or overwhelming force. Instead, he wielded their own emotions against them with surgical precision. Every attack they launched was anticipated and countered, not through superior speed or strength, but through intimate knowledge of their fighting styles, their reflexes, their unspoken coordination. As the conflict intensified, it became clear that Thresh was not simply defending himself, but conducting a complex experiment in psychological manipulation. He separated them repeatedly, forcing each to choose between protecting themselves and protecting their partner. He created illusions that made them doubt what they were seeing, hear sounds that existed only in their minds, feel the touch of chains that might or might not be real. The true horror of their situation became apparent when Senna realized that every move they made, every tactical decision, every moment of coordination between them was being catalogued and analyzed. Thresh was not trying to defeat them through conventional means. He was dissecting their relationship, learning the precise mechanisms by which their love functioned so that he could turn it into an instrument of perfect torment. The trap, when it finally closed, was engineered with such diabolic precision that even their extensive preparation could not have anticipated it. Thresh had positioned himself and his supernatural apparatus in such a way that any aggressive action by either Sentinel would inevitably trigger a cascade of events that would place the other in mortal danger. Lucian found himself caught in a web of spectral chains that tightened with each movement, their supernatural cold already beginning to freeze the life from his body. The more he struggled, the more rapidly the chains contracted, and Senna could see with horrible clarity that within moments they would crush him entirely. Her crossbow was trained on Thresh, a shot that might have ended the Chain Warden's existence, if she could have taken it without consequences. But Thresh had arranged the situation so that any attack on him would trigger the immediate activation of devices throughout the chamber, mechanisms that would claim not just Lucian's life, but the lives of dozens of innocents whose souls hung in lanterns around the room's perimeter. The choice he offered was simple in its cruelty. She could save her beloved, or she could save strangers, but she could not save both. The psychological brilliance of the trap lay not in its complexity, but in its terrible simplicity. Thresh knew that Senna's nature as a sentinel would compel her to protect innocent life above all other considerations, while her love for Lucian would make the sacrifice of his life unthinkable. The paralysis induced by this impossible choice was exactly what the Chain Warden had been seeking to create. In that moment of perfect stalemate, with Lucian's life measured in heartbeats and dozens of other souls hanging in the balance, Senna made a choice that surprised even Thresh with its elegant simplicity. Rather than selecting between the options he had provided, she created a third alternative that no amount of planning could have anticipated. She turned her weapon on herself, but not in the manner of desperate suicide. Instead, she triggered a controlled discharge of the blessed energies contained within her crossbow, channeling them through her own body in a technique that had been theoretical until that moment. The resulting explosion of pure light temporarily disrupted all supernatural activity in the chamber. breaking Thresh's control over both the chains binding Lucian and the mechanisms threatening the captive souls. But the technique came with a price that she had calculated and accepted in the split second she had to make her decision. The massive discharge of blessed energy would leave her completely vulnerable to supernatural attack. Her own defenses depleted beyond any possibility of recovery. She would be defenseless against whatever retribution Thresh chose to inflict. But Lucian would be free to escape, and the innocent souls would survive to see another day. Thresh's reaction to this unexpected development was not anger, but something approaching admiration for the tactical elegance of her sacrifice. "Magnificent," he whispered, as the light faded and Senna collapsed to her knees, her strength utterly spent. "Truly magnificent." I had not anticipated such creativity. The chains that erupted from his form moved with impossible speed, wrapping around Senna's weakened body before either she or Lucian could react. But these were not the crude restraints he had used against her partner. These were instruments of capture, specifically designed to preserve their victim in a state of perfect stasis while their soul was slowly extracted and prepared for eternal imprisonment. Lucian's anguished cry echoed through the chamber as he realized what was happening. His desperate attempts to reach his beloved blocked by barriers of supernatural force that Thresh raised with casual gestures. He could only watch in helpless horror as the woman he loved was slowly consumed by energies that fed on her very essence, her soul being torn from her body with deliberate, methodical cruelty. "Do not despair." Thresh spoke to Lucian with mock comfort as Senna's form grew increasingly translucent. "She will not truly die. Death would be mercy, and mercy is not something I provide. Instead, she will join my collection, preserved forever in a state of perfect suffering, eternally aware of what she has lost and what she might have saved if only she had chosen differently." The final moment of Senna's capture came not with violence, but with a sound like the gentlest sigh, as the last of her essence was drawn into the lantern that Thresh carried at his side. The device pulsed once with brilliant green light, then resumed its steady glow, now containing within its supernatural confines the soul of one who had dedicated her life to fighting the very evil that had claimed her. Lucian's rage in that moment was a force of nature that even Thresh respected enough to withdraw rather than face directly. The Sentinel's grief transformed into power that blazed with the intensity of a dying star, his blessed weapons discharging energy that cracked the fortress walls and sent tremors through the very foundations of the Shadow Isles. But his fury, however magnificent, came too late to change what had already been accomplished. By the time the supernatural tempest of his anguish had subsided, Thresh had vanished into the depths of his domain, taking with him the lantern that now contained Senna's tortured soul. Lucian found himself alone in the ruins of the chamber, surrounded by the freed souls that his beloved sacrifice had saved, but utterly bereft of the one person whose freedom would have mattered more to him than his own life. The journey back to the material world passed in a haze of grief and self-recrimination that would haunt Lucian for years to come. He carried with him not just the memory of his failure to protect the woman he loved, but the knowledge that her sacrifice had been both completely successful and utterly devastating. She had saved innocent lives and freed him to continue their shared mission. But the cost had been the destruction of everything that made that mission meaningful. As our tale of love and loss reaches this moment of perfect tragedy, we are left to contemplate the weight of choices made in extremity and the prices paid for heroism in its purest form. Senna's capture was not the end of her story, but a transformation that would eventually lead to powers and purposes beyond anything she could have imagined, while still bound by mortal flesh. In the silence that follows this moment of ultimate sacrifice, perhaps we might consider what it means to love so completely that one's own existence becomes secondary to another's welfare. How does one measure the value of a choice that saves lives but destroys happiness? What kind of strength is required to make such decisions? And what kind of world demands such terrible choices from those who seek to protect it? Chapter 6. Imprisoned in eternal torment, within the confines of Thresh's lantern, where the very concept of time loses all meaning and suffering becomes the only constant in an existence stripped of all comfort. Senna began the longest and most harrowing chapter of her existence. Tonight, as we rest in the safety of our gentle surroundings, let us venture into that realm of perpetual anguish to understand how the human spirit can endure, even when subjected to torments designed to break the strongest will. The initial moment of imprisonment was perhaps the most disorienting experience Senna had ever endured. One instant she was kneeling in Thresh's chamber, her physical form growing translucent as her soul was torn from her body. The next, she found herself in a space that defied all natural laws and human understanding. The interior of the lantern existed as a pocket dimension, where the chain warden's will served as the only governing principle, where reality itself could be shaped and reshaped according to his cruel whims. The space appeared infinite yet claustrophobic, vast enough to contain thousands of imprisoned souls, yet so confined that escape seemed impossible even in theory. Strange lights drifted through the supernatural atmosphere like malevolent stars, each one representing another victim of Thresh's centuries of predation. Some glowed with the steady radiance of those who had been recently captured, while others flickered weakly, their light dimmed by decades or centuries of systematic torment. Senna's first coherent thought in this hellish realm was not of her own suffering but of Lucian, wondering if her sacrifice had truly accomplished its intended purpose. The uncertainty was perhaps the cruelest aspect of her new existence. She had given everything to save him, and the innocent souls in Thresh's collection. But from within the lantern, she had no way of knowing whether her actions had been successful, or merely futile gestures in the face of inevitable defeat. Thresh's voice echoed through the supernatural space, with the same cold precision that had marked their confrontation in the material world. "Welcome to eternity," he spoke, his words carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "Here, in my collection, you will learn the true meaning of hopelessness. Your sacrifice, so noble and pure, will become the source of your greatest anguish, as you come to understand its ultimate futility." The psychological torture began immediately, designed with the same meticulous attention to detail that Thresh brought to all his endeavors. He did not simply subject Senna to random torments, but crafted experiences specifically tailored to exploit her particular combination of virtues and vulnerabilities. Her compassion for others became a weapon used against her, her memories of happiness transformed into sources of unbearable pain. The chain warden showed her visions of what had transpired after her capture, images that might have been true, or might have been elaborate fabrications designed to maximize her suffering. She saw Lucian consumed by grief and rage, his noble heart twisted by loss into something approaching the very darkness they had fought against. She witnessed the innocent souls she had tried to save being recaptured one by one, their brief freedom serving only to make their eventual return to torment more devastating. These visions were presented with such vivid detail and emotional authenticity that distinguishing truth from manipulation became impossible. Thresh had centuries of experience in psychological warfare, and he understood that uncertainty could be more devastating than any physical pain. By making Senna doubt the value of her sacrifice, he sought to transform her greatest moment of heroism into a source of eternal regret. But the visions were only the beginning of the elaborate torture apparatus that Thresh had constructed within his lantern. He had also created what he called the theater of memory, where captured souls were forced to relive their most precious moments repeatedly, watching helplessly as happiness was slowly corrupted into anguish through subtle alterations and malevolent interpretations. Senna found herself experiencing again and again her first meeting with Lucian, their early missions together, their wedding day, and all the quiet moments of contentment they had shared. But each replay was slightly different, each memory subtly poisoned with doubt and regret. She watched herself make different choices, say different words, take different actions that invariably led to tragedy and loss. In one iteration, she never met Lucian at all, living a life of isolation and purposelessness that made her actual fate seem preferable by comparison. In another, their love proved to be a weakness that compromised their effectiveness as sentinels, leading to the deaths of countless innocents who might have been saved if they had remained focused solely on their duty. Each variation was crafted to suggest that every choice she had made, every path she had taken, had been fundamentally wrong. The theater of memory was not content with simply replaying the past. It also projected possible futures, showing Senna what might have been if she had chosen differently in that final confrontation with Thresh. She saw herself fleeing with Lucian, abandoning the innocent souls to their fate, but preserving their own happiness. She witnessed timelines where she had found some miraculous third option that saved everyone without requiring her own sacrifice, making her actual choice seem like the product of limited imagination rather than heroic necessity. These temporal manipulations were designed to create a state of cognitive dissonance so severe that even the strongest minds would eventually fracture under the strain. Thresh understood that physical torture, however severe, eventually reached natural limits beyond which the victim could no longer meaningfully suffer, but psychological torment could be refined and intensified indefinitely, with each new revelation or realization adding another layer to an ever-growing edifice of anguish. Yet even as Thresh deployed his most sophisticated weapons against her, Senna began to discover resources within herself that she had not known existed. Her training as a Sentinel had prepared her to face supernatural corruption, but it was her fundamental nature as a person that provided the strength to resist the Chain Warden's psychological assault. The same empathy that made her vulnerable to his manipulations also allowed her to see through them, recognizing the artificial nature of the emotions he was trying to induce. She began to understand that Thresh's power, however vast, was not unlimited. The visions he showed her, no matter how convincing, were ultimately products of his own imagination rather than genuine glimpses of reality. His knowledge of human nature was extensive but not perfect, and the very cruelty that made him so effective at causing suffering also limited his ability to truly understand the sources of human strength. Most importantly, Senna realized that Thresh could only work with the materials he found within his victims' own minds. He could distort her memories, replay them in different configurations, and surround them with false context, but he could not create entirely new experiences or completely alter the fundamental emotions that gave those memories their meaning. Her love for Lucian, her dedication to protecting innocent life, her belief in the possibility of goodness triumphing over evil, these remained intact at the core of her being, however much Thresh might try to pervert their expression. This realization became the foundation of her resistance strategy, rather than attempting to fight Thresh's manipulations directly, which would have been futile given his complete control over the lantern's internal reality. She began to practice a form of internal meditation that allowed her to maintain connection with her authentic self, regardless of the external circumstances. She learned to distinguish between her genuine emotions and the artificial feelings that Thresh was trying to impose upon her. When he showed her visions designed to inspire guilt and regret, she acknowledged the pain they caused while recognizing their manipulative nature. When he replayed her memories in distorted forms, she held on to her authentic recollections of those events, understanding that truth could not be altered by reinterpretation. This practice required a level of self-awareness and emotional discipline that few people could have maintained under such extreme circumstances. Senna had to learn to observe her own suffering with detached compassion, neither rejecting it entirely, nor allowing it to overwhelm her capacity for clear thinking. She became, in effect, her own therapist and spiritual advisor, providing herself with the guidance and support that no external source could offer in that hellish realm. The process was aided by her growing understanding of the other souls trapped within the lantern. Initially, she had been too overwhelmed by her own situation to pay attention to her fellow prisoners, but as her resistance strategies developed, she began to perceive them more clearly. Each light in the supernatural darkness represented a person with their own story of capture and torment, their own struggles against despair and corruption. Some of these souls had been imprisoned for so long that they had forgotten their own names and histories, their identities eroded by centuries of systematic abuse. Others were more recent arrivals who retained their memories, but had already begun to succumb to the psychological pressure of their situation. A few, scattered throughout the vast space, still burned with the steady light of unbroken spirits, individuals who had found their own ways of resisting Thresh's torments. Senna began to reach out to these fellow prisoners, not through speech or physical contact, which were impossible in their current state, but through the subtle emanations of spiritual energy that even imprisonment could not completely suppress. She discovered that souls in proximity could share strength and comfort with each other, creating networks of mutual support that Thresh either could not detect or chose not to interfere with. These connections became lifelines that sustained her through the worst periods of her imprisonment. When Thresh's torments reached their peak intensity, when the weight of artificial guilt and manufactured regret threatened to crush her spirit entirely, she could draw upon the collective strength of her fellow prisoners to maintain her resistance. In turn, her own unwavering determination served as a beacon of hope for souls who had begun to believe that endurance was impossible. Through these interactions, Senna began to understand that her imprisonment, however terrible, was not simply a personal tragedy, but part of a larger pattern of evil that extended far beyond her own situation. Thresh had been collecting souls for centuries, building his arsenal of suffering, not for its own sake, but as components in some vast design, whose ultimate purpose remained hidden even from his victims. This knowledge transformed her perspective on her own suffering, allowing her to see it as part of a battle that extended far beyond her personal fate. She was not simply a victim of circumstance, but a prisoner of war in a conflict between fundamental forces of light and darkness. Her resistance was not merely about preserving her own sanity, but about denying Thresh the psychological victory he sought to achieve through her complete corruption. As time passed within the lantern, though time itself had no real meaning in that space outside normal reality, Senna's resistance evolved from simple survival into something approaching active opposition. She could not escape her physical circumstances, but she could deny Thresh the satisfaction of breaking her spirit. More than that, she could serve as a source of inspiration and strength for other imprisoned souls, helping them maintain their own resistance against despair. The irony was not lost on her that imprisonment had, in some ways, allowed her to fulfill her calling as a sentinel more completely than ever before. She was still protecting innocent souls from supernatural corruption, though now the battlefield existed within her own consciousness, and the weapons she wielded were hope, courage, and unbreakable determination, rather than blessed steel and consecrated light. In the deepest darkness of that artificial hell, surrounded by the accumulated anguish of countless victims, Senna discovered strengths within herself that she had never known existed. The woman who had entered Thresh's lantern as a captured sentinel was slowly being transformed into something far more powerful, a beacon of resistance that no amount of torture could extinguish. As our journey through this chapter of ultimate trial draws to its close, we find Senna not broken by her imprisonment, but refined by it, her spirit hardened into something that could endure any torment, while retaining its essential humanity. The suffering continued, the psychological pressure remained constant, but the outcome Thresh had confidently predicted, her complete spiritual destruction, had become impossible to achieve. In the quiet space between our words tonight, perhaps we might consider what it means to find strength in the darkest of circumstances. How does the human spirit discover resources it never knew it possessed? What kind of love is so powerful that even eternal torment cannot diminish it? And how do we maintain hope when every external circumstance seems designed to destroy it? Chapter 7. The Strength of the Collective. In the vast loneliness of Thresh's supernatural prison, where isolation serves as both weapon and cage, the discovery of genuine connection becomes more precious than any treasure the material world could offer. As we settle deeper into our contemplative journey tonight, let us explore how Senna learned to reach beyond the boundaries of her own suffering, to forge bonds that would ultimately become the foundation of hope itself. The first soul Senna managed to truly connect with was that of an elderly fisherman named Marcus, whose light flickered with the peculiar steadiness of someone who had spent a lifetime reading the subtle signs of weather and tide. He had been captured during one of Thresh's raids on a coastal village nearly 40 years before, his crime being nothing more than attempting to shield his granddaughter from the chain warden's reaching hooks. Marcus had developed his own methods of resistance during his long imprisonment, strategies born not from formal training, but from the practical wisdom of someone accustomed to enduring hardship with patience and dignity. He had learned to treat Thresh's psychological torments like storms at sea, dangerous and destructive, but ultimately temporary phenomena that could be weathered by those who remained calm and held fast to their fundamental values. The key, he shared with Senna through the subtle spiritual emanations that allowed communication between imprisoned souls, is remembering that suffering is not the same as defeat. Pain tells us we're still alive, still capable of feeling. As long as we can hurt, we can also hope. Through Marcus, Senna began to understand the complex social dynamics that had evolved among the Lantern's prisoners over the centuries of their shared captivity. The souls had naturally organized themselves into informal communities based on mutual support and shared resistance against their captors' psychological warfare. These groups provided emotional sustenance and practical advice about surviving Thresh's various torture techniques. Some communities were organized around shared backgrounds or experiences. There was a cluster of former soldiers who had been captured during various conflicts, their military training adapted to the unique challenges of spiritual imprisonment. Another group consisted of parents who drew strength from their shared determination to maintain the memory of their children, refusing to allow Thresh's manipulations to corrupt their love into sources of guilt and regret. Perhaps the most remarkable community was composed of individuals who had been imprisoned for so long that they had no clear memory of their mortal lives, yet had managed to forge new identities based on their shared experience of resistance. These ancient souls had transcended their original personalities to become something approaching pure will, their determination to deny Thresh victory, having burned away everything else, while leaving behind an indestructible core of defiance. Senna found herself naturally drawn to a group that included souls from various backgrounds, united by their shared calling as protectors and healers. There was Elena, a former temple priestess who had been captured while attempting to perform last rites for plague victims. Samuel, a village healer whose herbal remedies had made him famous throughout his region, had been taken when he refused to abandon patients during a supernatural outbreak. Maria, a midwife whose gentle hands had delivered hundreds of children into the world, had been claimed while defending newborns from spectral predators. Each member of this informal fellowship brought their own perspective on the nature of service and sacrifice, creating a rich tapestry of wisdom that helped all of them maintain their sense of purpose even in their current circumstances. They shared techniques for maintaining hope, strategies for resisting despair, and most importantly, a collective understanding that their imprisonment did not diminish the value of the lives they had lived or the good they had accomplished. Through these connections, Senna began to piece together a clearer picture of Thresh's true nature and objectives. The Chain Warden was not simply a collector of souls driven by sadistic pleasure, though he certainly derived satisfaction from the suffering he inflicted. Instead, his activities served a larger purpose that became more apparent when viewed from the collective perspective of his many victims. The souls in his collection were not randomly selected, but carefully chosen according to criteria that reflected Thresh's deep understanding of human psychology and spiritual mechanics. He specifically targeted individuals whose capture would cause maximum psychological damage to their communities, whose absence would create ripple effects of despair that extended far beyond their immediate families and friends. More significantly, he seemed to be seeking souls with particular qualities or capabilities that served some larger design. Many of his prisoners had been individuals of exceptional moral character, people whose lives had been dedicated to service, healing, protection, or other forms of positive influence on their communities. Others possessed unusual spiritual sensitivity or magical abilities that might be harvested and redirected toward malevolent purposes. This pattern suggested that Thresh was not simply accumulating suffering for its own sake, but was building toward some catastrophic event that would require both the spiritual energy of his collected souls and the psychological devastation caused by their absence from the material world. The lantern was not merely a prison, but a weapon of unprecedented power, one that grew stronger with each soul added to its collection. Understanding this larger context transformed Senna's perspective on both her own imprisonment and her responsibilities as a sentinel. She was not simply a victim of Thresh's cruelty, but a component in a plan that threatened the fundamental balance between life and death throughout Runeterra. Her resistance was not merely about personal survival, but about preventing her own spiritual energy from being used to inflict harm on countless others. This realization led to a profound shift in how she approached her interactions with fellow prisoners. Rather than simply offering comfort and receiving support, she began to actively organize resistance efforts that went beyond individual survival strategies. She helped establish communication networks that allowed information to flow between different groups of souls, enabling them to coordinate their responses to Thresh's various psychological attacks. More importantly, she began to understand that the collective will of the imprisoned souls might itself be a source of power that could be turned against their captor. Thresh's control over the lantern's internal reality was vast, but not absolute. It required his constant attention and will to maintain. If enough souls could coordinate their resistance efforts, they might be able to create disruptions in his control that could be exploited for larger purposes. The process of building this collective resistance required careful planning and perfect timing. Thresh was not oblivious to the connections between his prisoners, but he seemed to regard them as sources of additional suffering rather than potential threats. He would occasionally interfere with particularly strong bonds between souls, using his power to separate them or distort their communications, but he generally allowed the social networks to develop because they provided him with new avenues for psychological manipulation. Senna learned to work within these constraints, building resistance networks that appeared to be simple support groups, while actually serving as the foundation for something more ambitious. She taught other souls techniques for maintaining spiritual autonomy, while appearing to submit to Thresh's will, helped them develop methods for sharing strength and hope that could operate below the threshold of their captor's awareness. The breakthrough came when Senna realized that the lantern's interior was not simply a space where Thresh's will was law, but a complex spiritual mechanism that responded to the collective emotional states of its inhabitants. The supernatural environment could be influenced by the combined will of the imprisoned souls, though such influence required precise coordination and enormous spiritual effort. Working with Marcus, Elena, and a growing network of allied souls, Senna began to experiment with techniques for collectively influencing their shared reality. They started with small tests, attempting to create brief moments of warmth in the eternal cold, generating flickers of true light in the oppressive darkness, or establishing zones where Thresh's psychological attacks were slightly less effective. These early experiments were largely unsuccessful, but they provided valuable information about the mechanics of spiritual influence and the requirements for effective collective action. More importantly, they demonstrated to the imprisoned souls that resistance was possible, that they were not completely powerless despite their circumstances. The key insight came from Elena, whose experience as a temple priestess had given her deep understanding of how spiritual energy could be channeled through ritual and shared intention. She suggested that their efforts were failing not because they lacked sufficient power, but because they were approaching the problem with individual minds rather than collective consciousness. "We need to become one voice," she explained during one of their clandestine spiritual gatherings, "not losing our individual identities, but harmonizing them like singers in a choir, each note distinct but contributing to a greater melody that none of us could create alone." This approach required the imprisoned souls to transcend their individual perspectives and embrace a form of spiritual unity that few mortals ever achieved. It meant learning to synchronize not just their conscious intentions, but their deepest emotions, their fundamental beliefs about the nature of existence and the value of hope. The process was extraordinarily difficult, requiring months of practice and countless failed attempts, many souls found it impossible to achieve the necessary level of spiritual integration, while others succeeded only briefly before being overwhelmed by the intensity of shared consciousness. But gradually, a core group of prisoners learned to merge their spiritual energies while maintaining their individual personalities and memories. When they finally achieved true collective consciousness, the effect was immediate and dramatic. For the first time since her imprisonment, Senna felt the touch of genuine warmth, experienced a moment of light that owed nothing to Thresh's green fire. More importantly, she sensed the possibility of something she had almost forgotten, the chance that their situation might not be permanent, that escape might be possible for those with sufficient courage and determination. Thresh's reaction to this development was swift and violent. The Chain Warden had detected the disturbance in his carefully controlled environment and responded with fury that shook the very foundations of the Lantern's reality. His psychological attacks intensified to levels that bordered on the unbearable, while new forms of torture were introduced specifically designed to break the bonds between allied souls. But the damage had already been done. The imprisoned souls had proven to themselves and each other that collective resistance was possible, that Thresh's power was not absolute. More importantly, they had experienced a taste of freedom that no amount of subsequent torture could completely erase from their memories. The network of resistance that Senna had helped to build became the foundation for everything that would follow. Though Thresh could disrupt their communications and separate individual souls, he could not destroy the fundamental understanding they had achieved about the nature of collective strength and the possibility of hope. As this chapter of growing resistance draws toward its close, we find Senna transformed once again, no longer simply an individual struggling to maintain her own spiritual integrity, but a leader and organizer whose influence extended throughout the supernatural prison. The bonds she had forged with fellow prisoners had become something approaching a family, united not by blood or history, but by shared commitment to denying evil its ultimate victory. The knowledge that escape might be possible remained theoretical, a distant hope rather than an immediate prospect. But the foundation had been laid for something unprecedented in the history of Thresh's predations, a coordinated rebellion by his own victims, powered by the collective will of souls who had learned that even in the darkest circumstances, connection and hope could flourish. In the gentle darkness that surrounds us now, as we pause between the chapters of this remarkable journey, perhaps we might consider what it means to find strength through unity with others who share our struggles. How does individual resilience transform when combined with collective purpose? What kind of bonds can form between people who have nothing left to lose but their hope? And how do we learn to trust others completely when trust itself has become a form of resistance against forces that seek to isolate and destroy us? Chapter 8. The Relic Stone's Power. In the material world beyond the boundaries of Thresh's supernatural prison, love refused to accept the finality of loss, driving one man to undertake a quest that would span years and test the very limits of human determination. Tonight, as we continue our journey through this tale of devotion transcending death itself, let us witness how Lucian's relentless pursuit of his beloved created resonances that reached across the veil between dimensions. The immediate aftermath of Senna's capture had left Lucian in a state of grief so profound that it bordered on spiritual death. He wandered the Shadow Isles for days after the confrontation, his blessed weapons forgotten at his side, his mind unable to fully process the magnitude of what had occurred. The fortress where Thresh had claimed his victims stood empty, its supernatural occupant having retreated to whatever deeper realms served as his primary domain. When Lucian finally returned to the material world, he carried with him not just the crushing weight of personal loss, but also a terrible clarity about the nature of his enemy and the scope of the challenge he faced. Thresh was not simply another supernatural threat to be confronted and destroyed through conventional Sentinel tactics. He was an entity whose power derived from centuries of accumulated suffering, whose cunning had been refined through countless encounters with heroes and champions who had attempted to oppose him. Yet rather than being paralyzed by the seeming impossibility of his task, Lucian found himself driven by a determination that burned with the intensity of his grief. Every moment that Senna remained in Thresh's custody was another moment of torture, inflicted upon the woman he loved more than life itself. Inaction was not merely unacceptable, it was a form of betrayal that his conscience could not tolerate. His first priority was gaining access to the most comprehensive archives of Sentinel knowledge, repositories of accumulated wisdom that had been gathered over centuries of fighting supernatural corruption. Many of these collections were hidden in remote sanctuaries, protected by both physical defenses and mystical wards that prevented unauthorized access. But Lucian's reputation and the nature of his quest opened doors that might otherwise have remained closed. In the ancient library beneath Mount Targon, he discovered texts that described the theoretical foundations of soul imprisonment and the mystical mechanics that made such practices possible. The scrolls, written in languages so old that their meanings had to be painstakingly reconstructed through comparison with related dialects, revealed that the separation of soul from body was not necessarily permanent, provided that certain conditions could be met. Most encouraging was the discovery that souls imprisoned through supernatural means often retained connections to the material world that could be strengthened and exploited by those with sufficient knowledge and determination. These spiritual links were typically anchored in powerful emotions or shared experiences, creating channels through which energy and information could flow between the prisoner and those who sought to free them. But translating theoretical knowledge into practical action required resources that went far beyond what any individual sentinel could hope to accumulate. Lucian needed not just information but also artifacts of enormous power, items that had been blessed by forces capable of challenging even the most ancient forms of supernatural corruption. Many such relics existed, scattered throughout Runeterra, in the possession of various religious orders, magical societies, and private collectors who might not willingly share them with someone pursuing what appeared to be a hopeless quest. His search for these artifacts led him on a journey that spanned continents and tested every aspect of his training as a sentinel. In the frozen wastes of the Freljord, he sought out shamans who possessed ice crystals that had been formed from the tears of ancient spirits. The tribal elders were initially suspicious of this outsider, who spoke of love and loss in a land where survival itself was considered the highest virtue. But they eventually recognized in his grief a kinship with their own understanding of endurance in the face of overwhelming hardship. The crystal they eventually granted him was small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, but it radiated a cold that had nothing to do with temperature. This was the essence of true ice, frozen water that had been infused with the memories of those who had suffered and died in the eternal winter of the northern lands. When properly channeled, such crystals could preserve memories and emotions across vast distances, creating bridges between souls that existed in different planes of reality. From Demacia, he acquired fragments of petricite that had been carved from the walls of the kingdom's most ancient temples, stones that had absorbed decades of prayers and benedictions from countless worshippers seeking protection from supernatural threats. These fragments glowed with a warm light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with Lucian's own heartbeat, responding to the depth of his emotional commitment and the purity of his intentions. The most powerful relic came from an unexpected source, the archives of Zaan's Kembaran families, where magical artifacts were often treated as investment commodities rather than sacred objects. Among their collections, Lucian discovered a focusing crystal that had been recovered from the ruins of Acathia, a gem that had somehow survived the void corruption that had destroyed that ancient civilization. The crystal's previous owners had been unable to activate its dormant powers, regarding it as nothing more than an unusually pretty paperweight. But when Lucian first touched the artifact, it blazed with light so intense that it temporarily blinded everyone in the room. The crystal had been waiting for someone whose love was powerful enough to awaken its true potential, someone whose devotion could serve as a catalyst for the forces it contained. As Lucian gathered these artifacts and learned to harness their combined power, he began to experience phenomena that suggested his efforts were having effects beyond the material world. In his dreams, he sometimes caught glimpses of Senna's face, her image appearing with a clarity that seemed too vivid to be mere memory or wishful thinking. During his meditations, he could occasionally sense her presence, a warmth that touched his consciousness like a gentle hand on his shoulder. More significantly, the artifacts he carried began to resonate with each other in ways that the ancient texts had described, but that no living sentinel had ever witnessed. The true ice fragment would grow warm when the petricite fragments glowed brightest, while the Acathian crystal would pulse with energy that seemed to respond to some distant source of power. These synchronizations suggested that his efforts to reach across the dimensional barriers were beginning to succeed. Unknown to Lucian, these resonances were indeed reaching Senna within Thresh's lantern, manifesting as moments of unexpected strength and clarity that helped her maintain her resistance against the Chain Warden's psychological assaults. The artifacts in the material world were creating harmonics with the spiritual energy she had learned to channel collectively with her fellow prisoners, establishing a connection that neither distance nor dimensional barriers could completely sever. The first clear proof of this connection came during a meditation session when Lucian was attempting to attune the combined energies of his assembled artifacts. As he focused his will and love through the crystalline focal points, he suddenly felt Senna's presence with absolute certainty, not as memory or imagination, but as immediate spiritual contact. For a brief moment, their consciousness touched across the void that separated them, sharing emotions and sensations that proved beyond doubt that she remained alive and aware. The contact lasted only seconds before Thresh's interference severed the connection, but it provided Lucian with information that transformed his understanding of both the challenge he faced and the resources available to overcome it. Senna was not simply surviving her imprisonment, but actively resisting it, working with other prisoners to build networks of opposition that were gradually undermining the Chain Warden's absolute control over his domain. More importantly, Lucian realized that his efforts to reach her were not merely providing emotional comfort, but were actually strengthening her ability to resist Thresh's torments. The love that connected them had become a form of spiritual energy that could be channeled and directed, creating effects that neither of them could have achieved independently. This revelation led to a fundamental shift in Lucian's approach to his rescue mission. Rather than simply gathering power for a single climactic assault on Thresh's domain, he began to focus on establishing sustained spiritual contact that could provide Senna with ongoing support and gradually weaken the supernatural barriers that held her captive. He developed rituals that combined the powers of his assembled artifacts with meditation techniques adapted from various mystical traditions, creating windows of contact that became longer and more stable with each attempt. During these sessions, he could share his strength with Senna, while receiving updates about conditions within the lantern and the progress of the collective resistance efforts she was helping to organize. The process was exhausting, requiring levels of concentration and emotional intensity that pushed even his exceptional abilities to their limits. Each contact session left him drained for days afterward, his physical form weakened by the enormous spiritual energy required to breach dimensional barriers. But the knowledge that his efforts were genuinely helping Senna resist her torments provided motivation that no amount of fatigue could diminish. As months passed and the contacts became more frequent and reliable, Lucian began to understand that the artifacts he had gathered were not simply tools for communication, but components of a larger mystical apparatus that could potentially reverse the process of soul imprisonment entirely. The ancient texts had hinted at such possibilities, but the practical requirements had seemed too complex and dangerous for any mortal to attempt. The key insight came from studying the harmonic relationships between his various artifacts during moments of peak resonance. Each relic contributed a different type of spiritual energy to the overall effect. The true ice provided preservation and memory, the petricite offered protection and purification, while the Acathian crystal served as a focus for power that transcended normal magical limitations. When these energies were properly synchronized and directed toward a specific target, they could theoretically create a kind of spiritual anchor that would allow an imprisoned soul to pull itself back toward the material world. The process would require perfect timing, enormous power, and the willing cooperation of the soul being rescued, but it offered a genuine possibility of success rather than mere wishful thinking. Lucian began preparing for what he knew would be the most dangerous undertaking of his life, an attempt to provide Senna with the external support she would need to break free from Thresh's supernatural prison. The plan would require him to transport his artifacts to a location where the barriers between dimensions were naturally thin, then channel all their combined power into a single sustained effort that would either succeed completely or destroy him in the attempt. The risks were enormous, and the chances of success uncertain, but Lucian had moved far beyond the point where such considerations could influence his decisions. Senna's freedom had become the only goal that mattered, the single purpose that gave meaning to his continued existence. Whether the attempt succeeded or failed, he would at least have the satisfaction of knowing that he had given everything he possessed in the service of their love. As this chapter of preparation and growing connection draws toward its close, we find Lucian transformed from a grief-stricken widower into something approaching a force of nature, his devotion refined into a weapon capable of challenging the fundamental laws that governed life and death. The artifacts he had gathered were no longer simply magical tools, but extensions of his will, channels through which love itself could be directed against the darkness that had claimed his beloved. Within the lantern, Senna felt these preparations as a growing warmth that sustained her through the worst of Thresh's assaults, proof that she had not been forgotten, and that hope remained alive in the world beyond her prison. The connection between them had become a lifeline that neither distance nor supernatural interference could completely sever, a bridge of pure devotion that spanned the gap between love and loss. In the quiet spaces between our words tonight, as we pause to contemplate the power of love to transcend even the most impossible barriers, perhaps we might consider what it means to refuse to accept loss as final. How does devotion transform into determination, and how does the simple act of remembering become a form of resistance against forces that seek to make us forget what matters most? What kind of strength is required to love someone so completely that their absence becomes the motivation for attempting the impossible? Chapter 9. Liberation and Transformation. In the precise moment when accumulated power meets unbreakable will, miracles cease to be impossible and become inevitable expressions of forces too profound for ordinary understanding. Tonight, as we approach the crescendo of Senna's journey through imprisonment toward rebirth, let us witness how love and determination combined to shatter chains that had bound souls for centuries, and how freedom came at a price that transformed the very nature of existence itself. The liberation began not with violence or dramatic confrontation, but with a moment of perfect synchronization between souls separated by dimensional barriers, yet united by bonds stronger than death itself. Lucian had positioned himself at the ruins of an ancient temple on the coast nearest to the Shadow Isles, a place where the boundaries between worlds had been worn thin by centuries of supernatural activity. Here, surrounded by his carefully gathered artifacts and drawing upon months of preparation, he began the most ambitious spiritual working any mortal had ever attempted. The artifacts responded to his call with power that seemed to draw from the very foundations of reality. The true ice fragment blazed with cold fire that preserved and protected, while the petricite stones sang with harmonies that had been accumulated through decades of prayers. Most magnificent of all, the Icathian crystal became a beacon of light so intense that it seemed to burn away the darkness, not just from the immediate area, but from the spiritual realm itself. Within Thresh's lantern, Senna felt the touch of this power as a warmth that began in her heart and spread throughout her spiritual form, like sunrise breaking over a frozen landscape. But this was not merely external energy reaching toward her. It was an invitation, a call that resonated with every aspect of her being, and offered her the chance to choose freedom if she possessed the courage to seize it. The escape required her to do more than simply accept Lucian's offered power. She had to actively participate in the process, using the collective strength she had built with her fellow prisoners to amplify the spiritual anchor he was providing. The network of resistant souls she had helped organize over the months of her imprisonment became the foundation for an unprecedented act of coordinated rebellion against their supernatural captor. Thresh, of course, was not unaware of what was transpiring. The Chain Warden had felt the growing resonance between his prize prisoner and forces beyond his control, and he responded with fury that shook the very structure of his pocket dimension. The psychological torments that he deployed against Senna reached levels of intensity that would have broken lesser spirits instantly, while supernatural barriers of increasing complexity were erected to block the connection she was building with the material world. But the Chain Warden had made a crucial miscalculation. His centuries of success had led him to believe that individual souls, no matter how strong or determined, could ultimately be broken through sufficient application of psychological pressure. He had not anticipated the possibility that his prisoners might achieve true collective consciousness, or that external forces might provide them with the additional power needed to challenge his absolute authority within the Lantern's confines. The moment of liberation itself was both instantaneous and eternal, a paradox of spiritual mechanics that transcended normal understanding of time and causation. Senna felt herself being pulled in two directions simultaneously, toward the material world where Lucian's love served as an anchor, and deeper into the supernatural realm, where Thresh's will sought to drag her into even more profound imprisonment. In that moment of perfect tension, when forces of equal magnitude struggled for control of her destiny, Senna made a choice that surprised even herself. Rather than simply allowing herself to be rescued by external power, she reached out to claim agency over her own liberation, using the collective strength of her fellow prisoners to tear herself free from Thresh's grasp through an act of pure spiritual will. The result was not the clean escape that any of them had envisioned. As Senna's soul broke free from the supernatural constraints that had held it captive, it carried with it traces of the otherworldly energies that had been her prison. The black mist that permeated every aspect of the Shadow Isles had become intertwined with her spiritual essence during the long months of imprisonment, creating a hybrid nature that was neither fully living nor completely supernatural. Her emergence into the material world was marked by phenomena that defied natural law. The temple ruins where Lucian had been conducting his ritual blazed with light that seemed to come from sources beyond the visible spectrum, while the air itself crackled with energies that made reality appear to flicker between different states of existence. When Senna's form finally materialized within the circle of artifacts, she appeared as something both familiar and utterly transformed. She retained her essential appearance and personality, the features and mannerisms that made her recognizably herself. But these qualities were now overlaid with characteristics that spoke of her exposure to forces beyond mortal comprehension. Her skin held a translucent quality that allowed glimpses of the spiritual energies flowing beneath its surface, while her eyes reflected depths that seemed to contain starlight and shadow in equal measure. Most remarkably, she brought with her not just her own consciousness, but fragments of the collective awareness she had helped build within Thresh's prison. The voices of her fellow captives whispered at the edges of her perception, their presence serving as both comfort and reminder of those who remained trapped within the Chain Warden's collection. She had escaped, but she had not left empty-handed or unaccompanied. The reunion between Senna and Lucian was a moment of pure joy, made complex by the immediate recognition that the woman he had fought so hard to rescue was no longer entirely the person he had lost. Her transformation was not merely cosmetic but fundamental, affecting the very nature of her existence and her relationship with both the material and spiritual worlds. Yet even as they grappled with the implications of her changed state, both of them understood that the love connecting them had not only survived her imprisonment, but had been strengthened by it. The months of separation and struggle had refined their bond into something that transcended normal human emotion, creating a connection that existed independently of physical form or supernatural alteration. Senna's first words upon her return were not about her own suffering or the joy of freedom, but about the souls she had left behind in Thresh's custody. The collective consciousness she had helped build within the Lantern had not disappeared with her escape. Instead, it had become a permanent part of her awareness, ensuring that she would never be able to forget those who remained trapped or ignore their continued suffering. This connection to her fellow prisoners was not merely emotional but practical. providing her with ongoing intelligence about Thresh's activities and the conditions within his supernatural domain. She could sense when new souls were added to his collection, feel the ebb and flow of resistance within the lantern, and understand the Chain Warden's movements and intentions in ways that no external observation could provide. More significantly, her transformation had granted her capabilities that went far beyond anything she had possessed as a mortal sentinel. The black mist that had become part of her essence could be controlled and directed rather than simply endured, allowing her to manipulate supernatural energies that had once been purely destructive. She could walk between dimensions, perceive spiritual entities invisible to normal sight, and channel both light and shadow in combinations that created entirely new possibilities for combating supernatural threats. These new powers came with their own dangers and limitations. The black mist within her nature was not simply a tool to be used, but a living force with its own impulses and desires. Maintaining control over these energies required constant vigilance and spiritual discipline, while the temptation to embrace her transformed nature completely posed ongoing risks to her essential humanity. Perhaps most challenging was the realization that her escape had not been as complete as it initially appeared. While she was no longer physically imprisoned within Thresh's lantern, the connection forged during her captivity could not be entirely severed. The Chain Warden could still sense her location and activities, while she remained vulnerable to his influence in ways that made truly safe refuge impossible to achieve. This ongoing connection worked both ways, however, providing Senna with unprecedented insight into Thresh's nature and activities, while allowing her to serve as a beacon of hope for the souls still trapped in his collection. Her very existence as a successful escapee proved that the Chain Warden's power was not absolute, while her transformed abilities offered the possibility of more ambitious rescue operations in the future. The immediate priority was learning to control and integrate her new capabilities while adapting to existence in a material world that no longer felt entirely solid or permanent. Simple activities like eating, sleeping, and physical interaction with objects required conscious effort rather than unconscious reflex, while her enhanced perception made ordinary environments seem alive, with spiritual energies that demanded constant attention. Lucian proved invaluable during this period of adjustment, his love and patience providing an anchor that helped Senna maintain connection with her human identity, while exploring the possibilities offered by her transformation. He learned to work with her enhanced abilities rather than simply accepting them, developing new tactical approaches that incorporated her unique capabilities into their renewed partnership. Together, they began to understand that Senna's escape and transformation were not endpoints but new beginnings, offering opportunities to strike back against supernatural corruption in ways that had never before been possible. Her connection to the imprisoned souls provided intelligence about Thresh's activities, while her transformed nature allowed her to operate in environments and against enemies that would have been impossible for purely mortal sentinels to confront. Yet even as they explored these new possibilities, both Senna and Lucian remained haunted by the knowledge of what her freedom had cost and what it represented. She had escaped Thresh's prison, but the prison itself remained, filled with souls whose suffering continued unabated. Her transformation had granted her incredible power, but it had also marked her as something no longer entirely human, forever changed by her exposure to forces that most mortals could never survive. The black mist that now flowed through her veins carried within it the essence of the Shadow Isle's corruption, a constant reminder of the price paid for her freedom and the ongoing threat that entities like Thresh represented to all of Runeterra. She had become something unprecedented, a bridge between the world of the living and the realm of supernatural corruption, capable of fighting darkness with weapons forged from darkness itself. As this chapter of liberation and transformation draws toward its close, we find Senna reborn into a reality that is both miraculous and tragic, free yet forever marked by her imprisonment, powerful yet burdened with knowledge of suffering that continues beyond her reach. Her escape had proven that love could indeed triumph over even the most sophisticated forms of supernatural evil, but it had also revealed the true scope of the challenges that remained. The woman who had entered Thresh's lantern as a mortal sentinel had emerged as something entirely new, a guardian capable of walking between worlds, wielding both light and shadow in service of protecting those who could not protect themselves. Her transformation was complete, but her story was far from over, as the implications of her new nature would soon demand choices that would test every aspect of her character and resolve. In the gentle darkness that surrounds us now, as we pause to contemplate this moment of triumph shadowed by transformation, perhaps we might consider what it means to gain freedom at the cost of fundamental change. How does one maintain their essential identity when the very nature of their existence has been altered beyond recognition? What kind of love is strong enough to embrace not just the person we remember, but the person they have become through suffering we cannot fully comprehend? Chapter 10. The Reborn Sentinel. In the delicate space between mortality and the supernatural, where the familiar becomes strange and the impossible takes on the weight of daily reality, a soul must learn to inhabit a form that no longer follows the rules of ordinary existence. Tonight, as we continue our journey through Senna's remarkable transformation, let us explore how she learned to master abilities that defied natural law while struggling to preserve the essential humanity that made those powers worth wielding. The first weeks following her escape were marked by a disorientation so profound that Senna sometimes wondered if she had truly been freed or had simply been transferred to a different form of prison. Her transformed body responded to thoughts and emotions in ways that bore little resemblance to normal human physiology, while her enhanced perceptions revealed layers of reality that most mortals never suspected existed. Simple acts that had once been unconscious reflexes now required careful concentration and deliberate will. The process of maintaining physical cohesion demanded constant attention, as her spiritual essence sought to drift apart like mist whenever her focus wavered. Sleep became a meditation on the boundaries between consciousness and oblivion, while eating required her to consciously process normal food into forms her transformed metabolism could utilize. More challenging than these physical adaptations was learning to manage the flood of supernatural information that her enhanced senses provided continuously. She could perceive the emotional emanations of every living creature within miles, feel the spiritual residues left by powerful events, and sense the subtle currents of magical energy that flowed through the world like invisible rivers. Without careful mental discipline, this constant influx of data threatened to overwhelm her consciousness entirely. Lucian proved to be an invaluable guide during this period of adjustment, his love providing a stable reference point that helped Senna maintain her sense of identity even as everything else about her existence underwent radical transformation. He learned to recognize the signs when she was struggling with sensory overload or losing cohesion, developing techniques for grounding her consciousness in the familiar patterns of their shared memories and experiences. Together, they established routines that helped her adapt to her new nature, while preserving as much normalcy as possible. Each morning began with meditation exercises that allowed her to center her awareness and establish conscious control over her transformed abilities. They would practice basic physical activities like walking and touching objects, rebuilding the neural pathways that connected intention with action in her altered form. Perhaps most importantly, they maintained their emotional and intellectual connection through long conversations that ranged across every aspect of their shared experiences and future plans. These discussions served multiple purposes. They reinforced Senna's sense of continuity with her pre-transformation identity, provided opportunities for her to process the psychological impact of her ordeal, and allowed both of them to explore the possibilities and limitations of her new capabilities. As her control improved and her understanding of her transformed nature deepened, Senna began to discover that her new abilities offered unprecedented opportunities for fulfilling her calling as a sentinel. The black mist that flowed through her spiritual essence could be shaped and directed with the same precision she had once applied to blessed weapons, creating effects that no purely mortal guardian could hope to achieve. She learned to project her consciousness across vast distances, scouting supernatural threats without physically exposing herself to danger. Her wraith-like nature allowed her to become temporarily incorporeal, passing through solid barriers and avoiding attacks that would have been fatal to her mortal form. Most remarkably, she discovered that she could interact directly with spectral entities, communicating with ghosts and spirits in ways that provided invaluable intelligence about supernatural activities throughout Runeterra. These capabilities transformed the nature of Sentinel work itself, allowing for investigation and intervention techniques that had never before been possible. Where traditional approaches to supernatural threats relied on physical confrontation and blessed weapons, Senna could now employ subterfuge, infiltration, and psychological warfare against enemies that existed primarily in spiritual dimensions. Her first major test of these new abilities came when reports reached them of a haunting that had completely paralyzed a trading city in northern Noxus. The supernatural manifestation was unlike anything in the historical records. An entire district of the city had been sealed off after residents began reporting encounters with entities that appeared to be living people, but cast no shadows and left no footprints. Traditional Sentinel approaches had proven completely ineffective against these phenomena. Blessed weapons passed harmlessly through the entities, while consecrated barriers seemed to provide no protection against their influence. Several experienced guardians had attempted interventions, only to emerge from the affected area in states of profound confusion, their memories of the encounters fragmented and contradictory. Senna's investigation revealed that the city was being affected by what she termed emotional echoes, spectral impressions created by a massive traumatic event that had occurred in the area decades before. A plague had swept through the district, claiming thousands of lives in a matter of weeks, and the accumulated anguish of those final days had somehow crystallized into semi-permanent manifestations that replayed the tragedy endlessly. The entities were not truly ghosts in the traditional sense, but rather psychic recordings that possessed just enough consciousness to interact with the living, while remaining trapped in cycles of behavior from their final moments of life. They were neither malevolent nor benevolent, but simply lost, repeating actions and conversations from their mortal existence without awareness of their current state or the passage of time. Resolving the situation required Senna to enter the affected area in her wraith-like form, making contact with the emotional echoes and gradually helping them understand their true nature. The process was exhausting and emotionally devastating, requiring her to experience fragments of the plague victim's final thoughts and feelings, while maintaining enough psychological distance to avoid being drawn into their eternal replay. Working with dozens of individual manifestations over the course of several days, she gradually convinced them to let go of their attachment to the traumatic events that bound them to the material world. Each successful resolution required a unique approach, as the echoes retained enough individual personality to require personalized methods of communication and persuasion. The breakthrough came when Senna realized that her own experience of imprisonment and transformation had given her unprecedented insight into the psychology of beings trapped between states of existence. She could speak to the emotional echoes, not as an outsider attempting to impose solutions, but as someone who had personally experienced the confusion and disorientation of existing in forms that defied natural categories. One by one, the manifestations accepted her guidance and allowed themselves to dissolve into peaceful non-existence, their emotional energy finally released from the patterns that had held them captive for decades. The entire district was cleansed in a matter of days, a resolution that would have been impossible using traditional Sentinel methods. The success of this intervention established a new model for supernatural crisis response, one that relied on understanding and empathy rather than simple destruction. Senna's unique nature allowed her to serve as a bridge between the world of the living and the various forms of undeath that threatened it, creating possibilities for peaceful resolution that had never before existed. However, this expanded capability came with psychological costs that became increasingly apparent as Senna took on more complex cases. Each interaction with supernatural entities required her to open herself to experiences and emotions that no human mind was designed to process. The accumulated exposure to otherworldly consciousness began to affect her own sense of identity, creating moments of confusion about which thoughts and feelings were genuinely her own. More concerning was the gradual realization that her transformed nature was not stable, but continued to evolve in response to her activities and experiences. The black mist within her essence seemed to learn from each supernatural encounter, developing new capabilities, while also creating new vulnerabilities that she had to learn to manage. Lucian became increasingly worried about the psychological toll that her expanded duties were exacting, recognizing signs of spiritual exhaustion that manifested as periods of detachment and emotional numbness. The woman he loved was still present and recognizable, but she was being gradually changed by forces that neither of them fully understood. These concerns led to difficult conversations about the boundaries that needed to be established around Senna's new role and capabilities. While her transformed nature offered unprecedented opportunities for combating supernatural threats, unlimited use of these abilities risked losing the essential humanity that made her effective as a protector of mortal interests. They developed protocols that balanced the utilization of her unique capabilities with the preservation of her psychological and spiritual well-being. Periods of intensive supernatural work were followed by mandatory rest intervals focused on human activities and normal emotional experiences. They established support networks with other Sentinels who could provide backup and consultation when cases proved particularly challenging. Most importantly, they created daily rituals that reinforced Senna's connection to her human identity and values. These included shared meals where she practiced maintaining physical form, conversations about topics unrelated to supernatural threats, and quiet moments of simple companionship that reminded both of them of the life they were fighting to protect. As Senna gained greater mastery over her transformed abilities, she began to understand that her evolution represented not just personal change, but a potential model for how the Sentinels as a whole might adapt to face increasingly sophisticated supernatural threats. Her unique perspective and capabilities could be used not just for direct intervention, but also for training other Guardians in new approaches to their ancient mission. She began developing teaching methods that helped traditional Sentinels understand the psychological and spiritual dimensions of supernatural entities, providing them with tools for achieving peaceful resolutions when such approaches were appropriate. Her first-hand experience of both imprisonment and transformation made her uniquely qualified to explain the motivations and vulnerabilities of various forms of undeath. Perhaps most significantly, she started documenting the techniques and insights she had developed, creating a new body of knowledge that future generations of Sentinels could use to expand their understanding of supernatural phenomena. Her work represented a fundamental evolution in the approach to fighting supernatural corruption, moving beyond simple destruction toward more nuanced strategies that acknowledged the complex nature of existence between life and death. Yet even as she embraced her role as a teacher and innovator, Senna remained acutely aware of the ongoing cost of her transformation. The voices of souls still trapped in Thresh's lantern continued to whisper at the edges of her consciousness, serving as constant reminders of suffering that her escape had not eliminated. Her freedom had been purchased through circumstances that left countless others in continued torment. This knowledge created a sense of responsibility that went beyond her duties as a Sentinel, a personal obligation to use her unique capabilities in service of those who could not help themselves. She began planning more ambitious interventions, operations that would target not just individual supernatural threats but the fundamental sources of corruption that created such threats in the first place. As this chapter of adaptation and mastery draws toward its close, we find Senna transformed not just in form but in purpose. Her identity as a Sentinel evolved to encompass possibilities that had never before existed. The woman who had emerged from Thresh's prison had become something unprecedented, a guardian capable of fighting darkness with weapons forged from darkness itself, protecting the living through mastery of the very forces that threatened them. Her journey from mortal Sentinel to transformed Guardian represented more than personal evolution. It offered a new model for how those dedicated to protecting others might adapt to face threats that transcended traditional categories of understanding. She had become living proof that even the most profound transformation could be channeled toward purposes of protection and service. In the quiet spaces between our words tonight, as we contemplate this remarkable evolution of purpose and capability, perhaps we might consider what it means to maintain our essential values even as everything else about our existence changes beyond recognition. How do we preserve our humanity when we are no longer entirely human? What kind of strength is required to embrace transformation while holding fast to the principles that make such change worthwhile? Chapter 11. The Ruination's Response. When ancient evils stir from centuries of slumber, the very foundations of the world tremble with anticipation of catastrophe, and those who have dedicated their lives to standing against darkness find themselves facing threats beyond their most terrible imaginings. Tonight, as we approach the climactic trials of Senna's transformed existence, let us witness how her escape from one prison inadvertently awakened forces that would threaten the entire fabric of life and death across Runeterra. The first signs of what would become known as the Ruination manifested as subtle disturbances in the spiritual equilibrium that Sentinels had long monitored throughout the continent. Reports began filtering in from remote monitoring stations of unusual supernatural activity, spectral manifestations appearing in areas with no history of such phenomena, protective wards failing without apparent cause, and blessed artifacts spontaneously losing their consecrated properties. Senna, with her enhanced sensitivity to otherworldly energies, was among the first to recognize that these seemingly isolated incidents were connected by an underlying pattern that suggested coordinated supernatural activity on an unprecedented scale. Her connection to the realm beyond death allowed her to perceive disturbances in the cosmic balance that would have been invisible to traditional Sentinel observation methods. The pattern that emerged was both familiar and terrifying. The supernatural disturbances radiated outward from the Shadow Isles in waves of increasing intensity, suggesting that something of enormous power had awakened in that cursed realm, and was testing the boundaries that had long contained its influence. But this was not the random chaos typically associated with harrowing events. Instead, it displayed a purposefulness and intelligence that spoke of conscious direction by an entity of vast capabilities. Through her ongoing connection to the soul still trapped in Thresh's lantern, Senna began receiving fragmented communications that provided crucial intelligence about the source of these disturbances. The imprisoned spirit spoke in whispers of a presence that had emerged from the deepest reaches of the Shadow Isles, a being whose power eclipsed even that of Thresh himself, and whose awakening had sent ripples of terror through every supernatural entity in that cursed realm. The name they whispered was one that appeared in the most ancient Sentinel records, but had been considered more legend than historical fact. Viego, the ruined king, whose grief had originally transformed the Blessed Isles into their current corrupted state. According to the fragmented accounts, this primordial source of undeath had somehow regained consciousness after centuries of dormancy, and his awakening had been triggered by events connected to Senna's own escape from supernatural imprisonment. The implications of this revelation were staggering. If the reports were accurate, then Senna's liberation from Thresh's lantern had created disturbances in the supernatural realm that had awakened the single most dangerous entity in Runeterra's history. Her freedom, purchased through such sacrifice and struggle, had inadvertently set in motion events that could lead to the destruction of everything she had fought to protect. As the scope of the threat became clear, Senna found herself grappling with guilt and responsibility that threatened to overwhelm even her transformed consciousness. The knowledge that her actions might have triggered a catastrophe of global proportions created a psychological burden that no amount of rational analysis could fully alleviate. She had saved herself and provided hope for other trapped souls, but the cost appeared to be measured in potential millions of lives. Lucian, recognizing the destructive potential of such self-recrimination, worked tirelessly to help her maintain perspective on both her responsibility and her capabilities. The awakening of Viego might have been triggered by her escape, but the underlying conditions that made such an awakening possible had existed for centuries. More importantly, her unique nature and abilities, positioned her as one of the few individuals capable of mounting effective resistance against the threat the ruined king represented. This perspective proved prophetic as reports of supernatural activity escalated from isolated incidents to coordinated assaults on major population centers throughout Runeterra. The harrowing that spread from the Shadow Isles was unlike any in recorded history, displaying strategic coordination and tactical sophistication that suggested direct command by an intelligence that understood both supernatural forces and conventional military strategy. Cities that had withstood dozens of previous harrowings found their defenses overwhelmed by attacks that seemed to anticipate and counter every protective measure. Blessed barriers that had held for centuries crumbled before spectral assaults that exploited previously unknown vulnerabilities, while consecrated weapons lost their effectiveness against enemies that appeared to have developed immunity to traditional Sentinel countermeasures. The crisis demanded a coordinated response that went far beyond the capabilities of any individual Sentinel order or regional organization. For the first time in centuries, representatives from every major nation and magical tradition gathered to pool their knowledge and resources against a threat that transcended all political and cultural boundaries. The summit, held in the neutral territory of Ionia, brought together individuals who had never before worked in cooperation and might never do so again. Senna's presence at this gathering was both essential and controversial. Her transformed nature made some delegates uncomfortable, while her unique insights into supernatural phenomena made her indispensable for understanding the true scope of the threat they faced. She found herself serving simultaneously as expert witness, strategic advisor, and living proof that victory against seemingly impossible odds remained possible. Her testimony about the nature of spiritual imprisonment and the mechanics of supernatural corruption provided crucial context for understanding Viego's capabilities and motivations. Unlike other undead entities that were driven by simple hunger or malevolence, the ruined king retained the full complexity of his mortal personality while possessing power that approached the divine. His goals were not random destruction, but the systematic transformation of all existence to match his own corrupted state. More importantly, Senna's connection to the collective consciousness of trapped souls provided ongoing intelligence about Viego's activities and intentions that no other source could match. Through the whispered communications from Thresh's lantern, she could track the ruined king's movements, understand his strategic priorities, and anticipate his next targets with accuracy that proved invaluable for coordinating defensive efforts. The resistance strategy that emerged from these consultations represented a fundamental evolution in how supernatural threats were understood and confronted. Rather than simply defending against Viego's attacks, the assembled experts developed plans for actively countering his influence, while simultaneously working to restore the cosmic balance that his awakening had disrupted. Senna found herself appointed to lead a new organization that combined the traditional knowledge of the Sentinels with cutting-edge research from various magical traditions. This group, which came to be known as the Sentinels of Light, represented an unprecedented collaboration between individuals and institutions that had previously operated in isolation or even opposition to each other. The new Sentinels operated under principles that reflected Senna's own evolution from traditional guardian to transformed protector. They emphasized understanding and empathy alongside strength and determination, seeking to address the root causes of supernatural corruption rather than simply combating its symptoms. Their methods incorporated both ancient wisdom and innovative techniques, creating approaches to supernatural warfare that were both more effective and more humane than previous strategies. Training new Sentinels required Senna to develop educational programs that prepared individuals for threats they had never imagined facing. Traditional weapons training was supplemented with psychological preparation for encounters with entities that could manipulate perception and memory. Combat techniques were balanced with diplomatic skills for situations where peaceful resolution might be possible. Perhaps most challengingly, she had to teach others to work with the transformed individuals who were beginning to emerge as the conflict escalated. Senna's own transformation was not unique. Exposure to the supernatural energies unleashed by Viego's awakening was creating other hybrid beings who possessed capabilities that transcended normal human limitations while retaining their essential humanity and moral commitments. These transformed Sentinels brought new capabilities to the fight against supernatural corruption, but they also required specialized support and understanding from their purely human colleagues. Senna found herself serving as mentor and advocate for individuals who faced the same challenges of adaptation and identity that had marked her own journey from mortality to her current state. The campaigns against Viego's forces took the new Sentinels across every continent and into environments that ranged from mundane battlefields to pocket dimensions where the normal laws of physics held no sway. Each engagement provided new insights into the ruined king's capabilities while revealing the effectiveness of their evolved approaches to supernatural warfare. Senna's role in these conflicts was both strategic and tactical, her unique abilities allowing her to operate in ways that complemented the efforts of her more traditional colleagues. She could scout enemy positions without risk of detection, communicate with spectral entities to gather intelligence, and coordinate attacks that exploited weaknesses in supernatural defenses that only she could perceive. But perhaps her most important contribution was serving as a symbol of hope for populations that were beginning to despair in the face of seemingly unstoppable supernatural assault. Her very existence proved that even the most powerful forms of corruption could be resisted and overcome, while her continued dedication to protecting others demonstrated that transformation did not necessarily mean abandonment of human values. The psychological impact of her example extended beyond simple morale boosting to create practical effects that enhanced the resistance efforts. Communities that might have surrendered to despair instead found the courage to maintain their defenses, while individuals with supernatural sensitivity began to volunteer for training programs that might have seemed impossibly dangerous without her precedent. As the conflict escalated and its scope became clear, Senna began to understand that her escape from Thresh's prison had been not just a personal victory, but the opening move in a war that would determine the future of existence itself. The forces unleashed by Viego's awakening threatened not just individual lives, or even entire civilizations, but the fundamental balance between life and death that made ordered existence possible. The weight of this realization might have been crushing, but Senna found in it not despair, but purpose that gave meaning to every aspect of her transformed existence. She had been forged by suffering into something capable of standing against ultimate darkness, and the crisis threatening all of Runeterra provided the perfect arena for demonstrating the value of that transformation. The battles ahead would test every aspect of her capabilities and require sacrifices that she could not yet imagine, but she faced them with confidence born from the knowledge that she had already survived the worst that supernatural evil could inflict, and that her survival had created possibilities for resistance that had never before existed. As this chapter of escalating conflict draws toward its close, we find Senna transformed once again, not in form but in purpose, from individual survivor to leader of a movement that represented hope for all who faced the growing darkness. Her journey from prisoner to guardian had reached a new phase, one that would require her to inspire and coordinate others while maintaining the personal connections that gave her struggle its ultimate meaning. The war against the Ruination was far from over, and its outcome remained uncertain despite the courage and determination of those who stood against it. But in Senna's leadership of the new Sentinels, the forces of light had found a champion who understood both the nature of their enemy and the true cost of the victory they sought to achieve. In the gathering shadows that mark the approach of our tale's conclusion, perhaps we might consider what it means to discover that our personal struggles are part of conflicts larger than we could have imagined. How do we find the strength to lead others when we are still learning to master our own transformed capabilities? What kind of courage is required to accept responsibility for inspiring hope in those who have every reason to despair? Chapter 12. Eternal Vigil. In the quiet aftermath of great conflicts, when the immediate crisis has passed, but its echoes continue to shape the world in countless subtle ways, true guardians understand that their most important work is just beginning. Tonight, as we bring our journey through Senna's remarkable transformation to its contemplative close, let us explore how her story continues to unfold, how love endures even when changed beyond recognition, and how the eternal vigil against darkness requires not just strength and courage, but wisdom and hope that can survive any trial. The defeat of Viego and the stabilization of the supernatural disturbances he had unleashed marked not an ending but a transformation in the nature of the threats facing Runeterra. The ruined king's brief period of renewed activity had awakened dormant corruptions throughout the world, while demonstrating that the barriers between life and death were far more fragile than anyone had previously understood. The new Sentinels of Light found themselves facing not a single apocalyptic enemy, but a transformed landscape where supernatural threats operated with unprecedented sophistication and coordination. Senna's role in this new paradigm evolved from crisis leader to something approaching a guardian philosopher, her unique perspective and capabilities making her essential for understanding and responding to phenomena that defied traditional categories of supernatural threat. The hybrid nature that had once seemed like a burden or curse had proven to be exactly what the world needed, a bridge between mortal understanding and otherworldly reality that could facilitate communication and cooperation where none had previously been possible. Her daily existence had settled into patterns that reflected both the ordinary needs of human connection and the extraordinary demands of her transformed calling. Each morning began with meditation practices that had evolved far beyond their original purpose of maintaining spiritual cohesion. These sessions now served as communion with the collective consciousness of souls throughout Runeterra, allowing her to monitor the spiritual health of the world and detect emerging threats before they could manifest as immediate dangers. The voices of those still trapped in Thresh's lantern remained a constant presence in her awareness, but their nature had changed significantly since her escape and the subsequent crisis. Rather than simple whispered communications, these souls had evolved into something approaching a spiritual intelligence network, providing her with real-time information about supernatural activities across multiple dimensions and planes of existence. This ongoing connection served multiple purposes beyond intelligence gathering. It provided the trapped souls with a sense of purpose and hope that helped them resist the psychological torments of their imprisonment, while giving Senna motivation that transcended any personal consideration. She understood that her continued freedom and effectiveness represented hope for countless others who remained in circumstances similar to those she had escaped. Her relationship with Lucian had deepened and evolved in ways that reflected both the extraordinary circumstances they had endured together and the fundamental changes in their essential natures. The love that had originally brought them together had proven strong enough not just to survive supernatural imprisonment and transformation, but to become the foundation for a partnership that operated on levels both human and transcendent. They had learned to work together in ways that maximized the effectiveness of both her transformed capabilities and his evolved mastery of traditional Sentinel techniques. Their coordination in the field had reached a level of precision that seemed almost supernatural, each anticipating the other's actions and providing support with timing that suggested telepathic communication. Yet this coordination was not mystical but practical, the result of years of shared experience and complete trust in each other's judgment and capabilities. Perhaps most remarkably, they had managed to preserve the intimate personal aspects of their relationship despite the extraordinary pressures of their public roles and the ongoing demands of their supernatural callings. They maintained rituals of connection that had nothing to do with their work as guardians, shared meals where conversation focused on hopes and dreams rather than threats and strategies, quiet evenings devoted to simple companionship, and moments of pure human emotion that reminded them both of the life they were fighting to protect. These personal moments served as more than simple respite from their professional duties. They were essential components of maintaining the psychological balance that made their continued effectiveness possible. Senna's transformed nature required constant grounding in human experience to prevent her from drifting too far into purely supernatural consciousness, while Lucian needed regular reminders of the personal stakes involved in their larger mission. Their work with the new generation of Sentinels had evolved into something approaching a new form of educational institution, one that prepared individuals for roles that had not existed before the recent crises. Traditional Guardian training was supplemented with studies in psychology, diplomacy, and interdimensional mechanics, creating graduates who were equipped to handle threats that previous generations could never have imagined. Senna found particular satisfaction in mentoring individuals who had undergone transformations similar to her own, people whose exposure to supernatural forces had changed their fundamental nature while leaving their moral commitments intact. These transformed guardians brought unique capabilities to the fight against supernatural corruption, but they also faced challenges of identity and adaptation that only someone with similar experience could truly understand. Her teaching methods emphasized not just technical skills but philosophical approaches to the eternal questions that every guardian eventually faced. How does one maintain hope when confronted with seemingly endless suffering? What sacrifices are justified in service of protecting others? How does one balance personal happiness with duty to the greater good? These were not abstract academic questions but practical challenges that could determine the difference between success and failure in the field. The network of sanctuaries and monitoring stations that had grown up around the new Sentinel's activities represented a fundamental evolution in how supernatural threats were understood and countered. Rather than simply responding to crises after they occurred, the organization now worked to identify and address potential problems before they could develop into immediate dangers. This proactive approach required constant vigilance and sophisticated analysis of patterns that might not become apparent for months or years. Senna's enhanced perceptions and ongoing connection to otherworldly consciousness made her uniquely qualified for this work, but it also demanded a level of sustained attention that would have been impossible without the support systems she and Lucian had developed. The most challenging aspect of this ongoing vigilance was maintaining the delicate balance between effective intervention and respect for the autonomy of the communities they served. The new Sentinels possessed capabilities that could easily overwhelm local authorities or civilian populations, but using such power carelessly risked creating the very problems they sought to prevent. Senna had learned through experience that the most effective long-term solutions often involved teaching others to protect themselves, rather than simply providing protection from external sources. Her work increasingly focused on training local guardians, establishing early warning systems, and creating networks of mutual support that could function independently when direct Sentinel intervention was not available. Perhaps the most profound aspect of her current mission was the ongoing effort to rescue souls still trapped in various forms of supernatural imprisonment. Her escape from Thresh's lantern had proven that such liberation was possible, but each case required unique approaches and enormous resources. The work was painstaking, dangerous, and often unsuccessful, but Senna understood that it represented the ultimate test of the principles she had dedicated her life to defending. These rescue operations brought her into direct contact with the most malevolent entities in existence, creatures whose power and cunning had been refined through centuries of inflicting suffering on helpless victims. Each encounter risked not just physical destruction, but spiritual corruption that could undo everything she had achieved since her own liberation. Yet she approached this work not with grim determination, but with something approaching joy, understanding that each successful rescue represented a victory, not just for the freed individual, but for the fundamental principle that love and hope could triumph over even the most sophisticated forms of evil. Her own transformation from victim to victor provided both inspiration and practical guidance for souls who had begun to believe that freedom was impossible. The ongoing evolution of her capabilities continued to surprise both her and those who worked with her. The black mist that flowed through her spiritual essence seemed to learn and adapt in response to new challenges, developing new applications and refinements that expanded her effectiveness in unexpected ways. Yet this growth was not random but directed by her conscious will and moral commitments, proving that even forces of corruption could be transformed into instruments of protection and healing. As reports of supernatural activity continued to flow in from across Runeterra and beyond, Senna found herself grappling with the realization that her work would never truly be finished. There would always be new threats to assess, new souls to rescue, new guardians to train, and new approaches to develop. The eternal vigil against darkness was not a burden to be endured, but a calling to be embraced, a purpose that gave meaning to every aspect of her transformed existence. This understanding brought with it a profound sense of peace that had nothing to do with the absence of conflict and everything to do with the presence of purpose. She had found her place in the cosmic balance between order and chaos, life and death, hope and despair. The trials she had endured, and the transformation she had undergone, had been necessary preparations for a role that no one else could fulfill. Looking toward the future, Senna saw not an end to the challenges facing those who sought to protect the innocent, but an evolution in the nature of those challenges and the resources available to meet them. The next generation of guardians would face threats that she could barely imagine, but they would also possess capabilities and understanding that had been purchased through the sacrifices of those who came before them. Her legacy would not be measured in individual victories or defeated enemies, but in the institutions she had helped build, the people she had trained and inspired, and the principles she had demonstrated through her own example. The girl who had grown up in the rough streets of Bilgewater had become something far greater than she had ever imagined, a beacon of hope that would continue to guide others long after her own story had reached its conclusion. Yet even as she contemplated the larger significance of her journey, Senna remained grounded in the immediate realities of daily existence and personal connection. The love that had sustained her through imprisonment and transformation continued to provide meaning and motivation that transcended any abstract consideration of duty or destiny. Each day brought new opportunities to protect those who could not protect themselves, to show kindness in a world too often marked by cruelty, and to demonstrate that hope could flourish even in the darkest circumstances. As our long journey through Senna's remarkable transformation draws to its gentle conclusion, we find her not at an ending but at a new beginning, her story continuing to unfold in ways that honor both the trials she has endured and the love that has sustained her through them all. The woman who had once sacrificed herself to save others had learned that true heroism lay not in grand gestures, but in the daily choice to remain committed to protecting and serving, regardless of the cost. The eternal vigil against darkness would continue, carried forward by those she had inspired and trained, guided by the principles she had helped establish, and motivated by the example she had provided. Her transformation from mortal sentinel to something far greater had proven that even the most profound changes could serve purposes of light rather than darkness, that love could indeed transcend any barrier, and that hope could survive any trial. In the gentle silence that follows the completion of our tale, as we sit together in the warmth of shared understanding and contemplation, perhaps we might consider what it means to find purpose that transcends personal happiness or individual achievement. How do we learn to embrace transformation when it leads us toward responsibilities we never sought? What kind of love is strong enough not just to survive any trial, but to be strengthened by it? And how do we maintain hope for others when our own circumstances seem to offer every reason for despair? The answers to these questions, like the story we have shared tonight, are not destinations to be reached, but journeys to be undertaken, paths that become clearer with each step we take in service of something greater than ourselves. In Senna's example, we find not a perfect solution to life's challenges, but a demonstration that those challenges can be faced with courage, met with love, and transformed into opportunities for growth and service that honor both our individual nature and our connection to all who share this remarkable journey through existence.